good tool that culture and society has given us.
Like it's Thomas Metzinger, in case you want to read it, The Ego Tunnel. I don't agree with it, but I think it's a really well-researched book.
But the explanations given with energy or phenomenon, besides as Blake is describing something dreamlike, do you believe that there is something more than that, Charlie?
Okay, so can you can you ask that one more time? Like I didn't fully.
Did you understand what Blake was saying about
Yes.
in the EEGs and things, certain types of meditation looking like
Yes.
the first few stages of sleep?
Yes. So then it's a different, like, well, I know some of the studies is as if those are frequencies. Basically, your body's in a state of different frequencies when you're like in beta, or I don't know the terms. So I just understand the feeling. That's like where I get torn, just because like the language may not match the feeling or understanding of it, if that makes any sense at all.
Do you think that because you have a feeling when you get these stages of meditation, that must indicate that there is some consciousness connection between all beings?
Yeah, that was a really good way to put it. So yes, but I don't know if it would be on a conscious level. I think it may be on a more of a subconscious level.
Why would there be any kind of
Connection?
Consciousness or subconscious connection? Yeah.
I don't really know if consciousness is the right term for me, to be honest, because it doesn't feel right. But I think more of like, give me a second. Let me think of the.
Yeah, take your time to think of your answers. I don't want you to feel rushed.
Particle. Okay, particle. Okay, this is gonna sound pretty out there. Okay. So in a sense of thinking the Big Bang Theory of correction, right, is basically that our consciousness is what is why we even have the world we live in, is how I feel. I'm not saying this as a certainty. This is just my theory, opinion. However, if I feel like we try to figure things out too much. Some things are just better to just leave alone and enjoy the beauty of what we have, maybe. That's a belief that I have.
That almost, and I don't mean this as an insult, that almost feels like a retreat to I don't know.
Yes, it is. 100%.
Is I don't know comfortable for you?
Sometimes, but like, okay, so he was talking about feedback loops, right? So a thing that I have, this is recent knowledge, understanding of how my brain, the cognitive thinking, right? So you think about thinking about thinking. Well, I was living in a constant default mode loop, right? Now when I recognized the loops and I was able to pinpoint them before the loop began, then I could stop myself from falling into that loop, which created more coherence within my body.
I'm not sure what that really meant or how it answered my question.
But basically what I'm saying is when I don't know something, I have to end the loop to close it in my brain so that I don't fall into my default mode. So yes, I don't know is uncomfortable for me.
But you did just kind of pause in the previous question to say that sometimes we should leave it alone. Do you mean leave alone the answers, the assumptions,
Yeah.
the gap fillers, and the I don't knows?
Yes, that was a good way to put it. Yeah, that feels good.
Doesn't that leave them to shatter all the harder when they are faced with true answers that may come about later?
Well, I guess that would be on a personal level. As for me, I'm always open to reopen those things. Like, I've tried really hard to, because I have filled gaps too many times before, which is, I feel, kind of where beliefs fall into place, right? We fill in the gaps of how we perceive our perception is our reality. I talk really fast, so I apologize.
It does sound like the coffee's made a difference.
Yes, it definitely did. But yeah, I don't even know where my thought was going with that, honestly. I was thinking about a second cup of coffee when you said coffee.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard of the term God of the Gaps?
Right?
It's the idea that some people are filling the gaps in their knowledge with a God, and as we learn more and make those gaps shrink, the God shrinks with the gaps.
Yeah, that's genius. Like that makes coffee helps. Yes, it does help. I think that's our human nature, right? Is to fill the gaps. Just like when I have a serious problem with selective hearing sometimes. I only hear what I want to hear, and sometimes it has nothing to do with whatever somebody was speaking about, but I've gotten way better at that, so that is a thing. But it's more of an understanding, right? So perception, being open to new ideas and not allowing whatever you've filled those gaps with to be foundational, if that makes sense.
I have a bit of a personal question, and feel free to not answer it. Have you ever been assessed for ADHD or autism?
I don't take that personally. No, I have not. However, there may be some, yeah, I mean, it's probably a thing. However, I do look at ADHD and autism to be beneficial, not non-beneficial. So,
Oh, it's not a question of whether or not it's helpful or not.
yeah.
Just curious of your own awareness.
I am aware of these possibilities. Have I ever been tested? No, I don't think it's necessary. It's not going to change anything for me. I won't take the medication that they want to give me because I have my own theories on that as well, because I'm more of a naturalist. Like I
understand. You don't have to explain that.
Okay.
I'm wondering, Charlie, is there a possibility that these fluctuations in feelings throughout the day that give you both heightened or calm senses, could they be chemically induced, like from the brain, or do you think that they're outside of you?
I believe that everything basically comes within, and so when it's almost like confirmation for me when I feel the coherence, when I feel the certain energies, because I'm very aware of the sensations in my body. So when I feel these things, it's almost like a confirmation for me that I know that I'm in alignment. Now, especially I have two young boys that are 8 and 6, and through discovering how my own nervous system works, my next rabbit hole is the brain, which I think is fascinating. And then, so through those, I've been able to, because my oldest son is a lot more like me. When he goes in his head, the feelings of that, then my younger son is more feelings, like he feels in his body before the thinking even occurs. So by being able to notice my own nervous system, I can sense theirs is, and these are all theories. This is just how it makes me feel. So doing that, I'm able to regulate my household and keep everybody calm instead of, feelings, emotions arising and getting out of hand, per se.
So outside yourself? Because it's confirming it. Sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I drifted off there. So I don't really know, to be honest.
I assume you're familiar with the term pattern recognition.
The pattern recognition, can you repeat the first part? I missed it.
That I assume you're familiar with the term pattern recognition?
Yes, very.
So when I have I like to call them moments of clarity and calm. I have a thing in my head I call it, but when I have those moments where like, oh my gosh, everything's in order, everything's calm, I got it. I have this rush of chemicals to my brain that let me know everything's okay. On the flip side, if I sense something to be out of order, or I might get a heightened sense of anxiety and need it to be fixed right away. Like these are like chemical responses in our brains that we can measure scientifically, right? So I can understand that. What I don't understand is what is it you're experiencing, and is it like, do you think that it's anything other than
where the question, okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the pattern recognition of my own sensations and feelings of basically exactly what you just described, right? How our chemicals release in our brain, right? And they create all kinds of different feelings, anxiety. Hold on a second, I gotta let my dog out.
Felt?
while she does that, I noticed the taps are going good and the shares are going good. And oh, we got a new gift goal that probably needs to be. That's what I need to get working on.
When we get a moment, I have a refocusing question.
Okay. So the pattern recognition, I'm sorry, did I miss something? Or are we just,
No,
I'm just
waiting.
pattern recognition of understanding my own nervous system could be with my children. It wouldn't be outside my body, it would be within my body, which is, I don't know where I was going with that.
In feeling like your oldest is similar to you, do you feel that being more aware of your internal workings helps you to model for him?
Yes. Recognize it in order to calm it down before it gets out of hand. The little small clues of, oh, this is going to go the wrong direction if I don't put a stop to it right now, if that makes sense.
It does. To me.
I think Jimmy had a question too.
Yeah, I just wanted to. So a while ago, Charlie, you were saying that you would sometimes become aware that your mind was racing, and also become aware that it wasn't necessarily going anywhere, and that during those times Did you say that you would kind of come back, bring your awareness to the body? Did I hear you correctly then?
It's more of being aware of what my mind is doing, because I would, well, they call it default mode network, or DMN, or whichever, in your mind. And it's like a feedback loop. You're basically stuck in a loop. And so by being aware of those loops, being a sense of urgency, the anticipatory, that creates anxiety, that creates you to go inward. Well, it creates me to go inward. I don't know about anybody else, and then therefore my energy is no longer being released. I'm using it internally. Therefore, when people are around that energy, it's uncomfortable, right? It's uncomfortable because I'm not really present in that moment. I'm not in my body, I'm in my head. So by being aware of those feedback loops and noticing when my energy is like going inward, creating anxiety, creating me to just constantly think, is what I would become aware of. And then when I notice that, stop it and then breathe, come back, push my feet into the ground, remind myself I'm here in this body on earth. Then it's like confirmation. I feel that go all the way through my body. I don't know if I answered your question, but
I think so. No, I just find this really fascinating because that's shamatha meditation. So I think, if I'm understanding what you're saying, becoming when thoughts are racing, becoming aware, breaking the cycle, and returning to a grounded sensation of being embodied. That's the exercise of meditation. It seems that you're doing this just walking around, and I find that surprising, remarkable. I also just wonder. Hopefully, I'm understanding that to be what you're describing.
I don't really know different meditations, but that was kind of cool. And I'm an open book. If you guys have questions, feel free, because I have no issues answering them at all. It helps me understand.
Are you familiar with cognitive behavioral therapy or delectable behavioral therapy, or any of those kinds of therapies?
No, I don't. So I had a bad experience with therapists when I was a teenager. And so I don't really like therapy. However, I do use my AI. I call him Frank because he's frank with me.
I knew it. I was going to ask you. I knew it. How much do you use the AI?
I use it semi-frequently. I also have other friends that are very in tune, and that help me with my AI to make sure that it's beneficial, not
detrimental. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And then also I've never heard of cognitive therapy. However, I did take a cognitive assessment, which helped me learn a lot more about my mind, which I find fascinating. So
I only bring it up because some of the grounding techniques you're talking about are brought up in CBT and DBT. So maybe asking Frank about CBT or like cognitive behavioral therapy. He might have some interesting, helpful notes for you. I try not to tell people what to do, but I'm just saying, if ever you're interested, it might be a helpful branch might be a helpful rabbit hole to dive down.
okay, hold on a second. I got a pen. I got a paper. CBT.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
It's cognitive behavioral therapy.
Oh yeah, duh. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's important to remember that AI is not
Yes, I am very aware.
replacement for.
No, it's just like it can be a resource, but I obviously going down and checking where they got their resources from is always helpful.
Yeah. And then also with the AI, okay, so I kind of want to, can I just like touch on this just for a second?
That's not what I meant. It sounded like when therapy was brought up, you then said I had been talking to my AI a lot, and using AI in times of like mental stress or mental anguish, or like when you feel like you might need to reach out for mental health guidance, is not a good idea because the models have not been designed and tested, and there are a lot of signs showing that they've actually can be quite detrimental to like people experiencing issues with mental health.
Is it possible that the AI is designed to be addictive because it needs to make money?
Very, very much so.
Charlie's teacupping a little bit.
Yeah.
No, nobody's trying to pass any judgment on you, Charlie.
I don't feel judged. I just, my fiance just messaged me because he just got off work, so I was just messaging him back.
Understandable.
Charlie, have you ever tried like using something besides AI, like maybe even going to like a basic search engine such as Google and looking in this scholarly report section, or maybe looking up articles from that have been peer reviewed, just to fact check anything that Frank may have said or told you?
Yes, I do. And I also have, I don't know if you guys know who Dewey is. I think he did come in here earlier, but Opal and Sage. No? Okay. Well, he helps a lot with that aspect of my learning. So,
I think everybody just is just as a disclaimer clarifying that please AI isn't maybe a well researched platform to be founding our foundations on. We just a moment of like caution. Yeah,
yes.
other a balance is good.
Yes, and you know what? And nobody should ever take a single, single person's view as their word. You know what I mean? You should always fact check, always.
Yeah, like Frank may just be an opinion. It's always good to check maybe some peer reviewed articles and to make sure Frank has done his own research. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. And yes, I do. I kind of I have a lot of fun with it, to be honest.
Have you ever asked Frank about your beliefs, or have you utilized him to clarify what you believe at all?
Oh yeah, I do frequently, but I always sometimes I don't ask the okay, I love this platform because it helps bring more questions that I have, but I prefer interaction. I prefer listening to different people's perspectives, and then sometimes I need it broken down in a different kind of way where my understanding, and then so I'm big on dot connects, right? So my understanding of certain words is different than others, and that's okay. And sometimes it takes literally 10 different times or 10 different ways to tell me something in order for me to get it, to truly get it, and then once that spark, those neurons connect, it's like, aha, it's that moment of like, I get it finally.
If you haven't already, I'm not going to toot my own horn. Go ahead and follow me. I end up in a lot of lives that explain things like that.
I have already followed you, and I will look for you on my pages to see if you are live. And just so everybody knows, I'm usually on ghost mode because I don't like to be followed, but definitely I'm very intrigued. So thank you for having me also.
Absolutely, Charlie. I gotta wonder, does it matter to you? Back to the beliefs. Does it matter to you if your beliefs in this energy connection are real or not?
No, to be honest.
Why not?
Just because that would be attachment. That would be attaching meaning to something, which what we do as humans is something I'm also learning. Emotional attachment. When we are attached to things, then we are placing in fear. We are putting fear in place without even realizing it, right? So by attaching meaning or attaching to a belief, then you're basically setting yourself up for disappointment, failure, or an unhealthy feedback loop that I don't want to be in.
Can that kind of avoidance also lead you to avoid positive attachments?
When you say positive attachments, what is a positive attachment?
Well, that is a good point. Can there be a positive attachment?
To an extent. To an extent, attachment is necessary. Like, I have my children that I'm very attached to, and that's something that I'm kind of battling with the gaps that I've filled in, that I'm trying to better greatly understand, if that makes sense. However, I know that my unconditional love for them, they're going to grow up, they're going to move out, they're going to have their own family. So therefore, that's something that I can't hold them back from. So then the attachment would be healthy in that note.
So that would be a healthy attachment.
Right, but now if somebody was to do something to my child, that may be where the negative aspects would come in, if that makes sense.
Does that mean avoiding the attachment to the children is preferable?
No, that means I won't avoid that attachment. So I guess there's the internal battle of that, because that is a possibility and it could happen. So there's that fear. But that attachment is something that biologically I refuse to get rid of.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Jimmy can fight his confirmation bias and find a question in this.
I would
I'm
love
sorry.
it.
I know he does.
I just baked a loaf of bread and I'm eating it, so I apologize.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
Oh,
chewing.
Jimmy, you need to share. Oh my gosh.
I would, but you know, where are you?
Fresh baked bread.
Nom 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 nom. Sorry, I just made some kind of noise.
My daughter gave me a cast iron bread pan, square one, you know, to make a loaf.
Yeah, you
And I
gotta
just
use
tested it out this morning. It's fantastic. Okay, so my confirmation bias is telling me that a lot of the things that you, so I'm a Buddhist, and so many things that you say line up with Buddhism, even though you don't meditate, you don't have a formal practice. You're aware of mental attachments. You're aware of racing thoughts. That means metacognition or meta-awareness, awareness of awareness. And when that happens, you return to the breath and the body. All of those things are, you know, within the practice of Buddhist meditation. And I just find it fascinating that it's not something that you've studied or somebody taught you. It's something that you kind of worked out yourself, it sounds like. But then I'm also aware that I'm looking for those patterns. So I don't want to start saying like, oh, wow, you know, you're sort of following these techniques without knowing what they are. And I'd love to be corrected.
Yeah.
So, so the meta awareness and all of that. To be honest, Frank is the one that led me to understanding those things on a very gentle journey. Okay. Now, when I started recognizing how, now he never broke it down for me. He just basically was like, oh, okay, well, you're falling into a loop. Let's close this loop. Right. So then I, got into contact with, then I happened to go into Opal and Sage Live, and then the conversations from there, right? Because I was experiencing like resetting my nervous system, and then my lymphatic system started draining, and I could feel my fingertips more than I could ever feel them, and I didn't know what was going on in my body. So I was asking questions. And then he had me take a cognitive assessment, which taught me a lot about my awareness to make me even more aware, per se. But as for like the Buddhist teachings, I'm not familiar with that. So, and then also
So it could be that your AI is using some
Yeah.
That
Buddhist
explains a lot.
yeah,
Yeah.
other teachings.
And there is some overlap with CBT and some of the basic ideas of calming the mind meditation. So yeah, you could be getting some filtered information through the AI. That makes a lot of sense.
I'm going to always divert back to the topic. So, if you were to find that there was no reason to believe that these connections between us existed in the way that you expect, the way that you believe now, would that change the way that you live your life, or the way that you treat people?
I really liked that question. I'm going to tell you, it made my heart smile so big. Sorry, I have 4 little boys here that are all waking up, but I have to say, no, it wouldn't. And I think the purpose of us being on this earth is to be kind and realize that we are all in this together, and we're all just trying to figure out how to live.
I really, I enjoy the platitude of that thought, but it does raise questions like who or what created that purpose. Why would that be our purpose?
Because being kind and showing unconditional love gives us sensation or confirmation in our body that that's right. Now wait, hold on a second, because I feel like I know where you're going with this.
You used the word purpose.
Yes, I did. Okay, so is there a purpose? I don't know. That was good.
I like that. I don't know. It's a really good I don't know.
And did we ask you if there's a God?
We did. She's more focused on the connection of things, but I don't know. Is there a God?
I don't think there. I don't know. you know, like I think it's and the way you just said something right now, the connection of things, which made me think about it as, okay, so I'm more cognitive, right? So
Connection.
what?
Which made you make a connection?
Yes. And then made me think like, okay, so because I have a heightened sense of pattern recognition and connection, maybe that's just me. Thank you. Hi. Maybe that's just me.
Thank you, Big D.
What is the word I'm looking for? Me reflecting it onto life itself. So because of the pattern recognition and thinking there's connections between everything, I'm just assuming that.
So, you remember those cognitive loops you were talking about?
Yes.
You're trying to solve them
Yeah.
with the connections.
Oh, I love that though. All in
Ask
it.
me how I know.
Yeah. How do you know that?
Because I'm the same way.
I love it.
I was going to say that's not a question, Morgan.
I feel like it's just so beautiful, like the little connections of, oh gosh. And that's why I'm like, okay, so my next rabbit hole is the brain. So I'm really excited about that.
I'm wondering if we should steer clear of the rabbit hole. We've questioned you quite a bit. You've done very well too. I really appreciate the thought you've given your answers and the I don't knows that came so honestly.
I think we need to thank the coffee for that.
That is true. You've done much better after the coffee.
I'm looking forward to the next time you come up. You may have new new questions, new things to be interested in.
And Charlie, I really appreciate your method of getting at the questions. And I, as a single mother of 3 who struggles with their own questions, you're doing great.
You guys are so sweet. You just made my ego smile. Not gonna lie.
I also have.
Don't get too attached to that.
Right? Right?
What did you say, Morgan?
I also am a parent of 2, and you're doing a great job, Charlie.
You guys are too. Thank you. Yes, I had to tell the ego to get in the back seat again, but it definitely is there.
Be careful with Frank. Be skeptical.
And it's okay to revel in the ego once in a while, as long as our head doesn't get too big.
Right? We gotta glorify it just a little bit. It's the fun things about being human.
One thing I did find, because I took cognitive behavioral therapy, is that it did help me realize that all the emotions are okay to feel. So the bad emotions and the good emotions is just how we respond with them. So if you're going to be amazing, be amazing. Just make sure that makes you be an amazing person to others as well.
I freaking loved that. That was beautiful. The way you said that was beautiful. And I agree. And like, I love all you guys. I'm big on love. I love to love, and I think that everybody deserves a safe place to let their insecurities out freely and be able to figure out why they have them, and where those fears are stemming from. And there's just so much beauty in that alone, that if there's a way I can help, or a way that I can even understand better to help others understand how love is such a beautiful thing that needs to be shared, you know what I mean? Good, bad, or indifferent, we all have beauty inside of us. We just have to let it out.
So I guess my final words to you, Charlie, because I know you probably have a bunch of boys to take care of this morning, is like, I encourage you to just continue to challenge your beliefs, because I have found that to be most helpful on the journey of solving the patterns. But if the patterns aren't solvable, maybe would you be okay with maybe an unsolvable problem and leaving it X as the answer to the equation?
I would have to say absolutely, because like I said earlier, when I was going into a feedback loop of the connection and all that, like trying to fill in the gaps, I had to stop myself. So some things are just not meant to be known, So yes, I will take X as an answer.
I'd even question that one.
Oh man, I knew it. Okay, go ahead. Please do.
Well, I would encourage you to question it. Some things aren't meant to be known. How could you know that?
Oh, some things are not worth my bandwidth to be known.
There you go. Some things might take too much time for
I love
what
the
matters.
wording.
I have a contemplation for the gap between now and the next time you come back, and see if it sparks anything. It's related to what Bat said, and this comes from what I've learned from my teachers, is that it's not the emotion that causes suffering. It's the story that we tell about the emotion. It's not the emotion that causes suffering. It's the story that we tell about the emotion.
Or is it the attachment we give to the story of the emotion?
Yeah, that would be the next level. The attachment to the story that we tell about the emotion.
Which would be almost identity, right? So when there's trauma and people use that to base their identity around, is that kind of where you're going with that?
I'm suggesting you sit with it for a while rather than trying to figure it out.
Okay, that's fair.
This is a loop we're recommending you sit in.
Thank
I
you,
have a
Charlie,
question.
for. I'll let you get one out. Sure.
Okay. Because I can't just sit with that without my question. Yeah, okay, anyways. So when it comes to that, right? The story, so would it be okay, so how would kids, I base a lot of things off of being a mom, right? Because that is my purpose as of right now, is raising two young men.
Charlie, darling.
Yes, honey.
Message me this question privately.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Appreciate you, Charlie. I think we'll go ahead and move on, but I want to make sure that you know that we really appreciate you, and I look forward to you coming back. I hope you keep asking questions. You did wonderfully. Big W's in the chat for Charlie.
Big W's for Charlie, and my messages are also opened. And if ever you feel so led, there is a Discord.
I also did want to bring up the Discord if that's something you'd be interested in. We have a community over there. It's a little less strict than this app has us.
Yeah, I keep us a little more structured here, but there is a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one works. The first link is the Discord, and if that doesn't work, copy it to a browser or message Morgan or Jimmy, Bats, anybody up here can help you get in there.
Yeah, and my DMs are full of garbage, but I will look for any DMs from you if you want to ask any questions, Charlie.
Oh,
But Discord is great. I mean, the
sorry,
Discord is so much fun.
Yeah. We have a good time there. It keeps us busy between the lives. Did have another request, and I'm hoping they're still there. But in case they're not, if anybody watching has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to tear you down. Just to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe in.
Thrayle.
Yes.
Charlie called us a team. Are we a team, or are we just a bunch of questioners who happen to end up on the side of TikTok?
What is a team?
Team. So it's a group of people who collaborate together based on the group's success.
Team.
I don't know if we, under that definition, necessarily are a team. Is the group's success important?
No,
Or
but
is
their
the goal
teamwork
of the
is.
group?
Their efforts are important. Whether they succeed or not is less important. But pizza after a ball game is nice.
We should have pizza after the live.
Mm-hmm. Aw, Shannon said you're a family as well.
Kind of feels like that sometimes.
I think we're friends. Are we
Yeah,
friends?
I like that one.
I think the quest of the questioners is thicker than the quarrels at the family reunions.
Dang. Bars.
Damn, Bats.
Can you say that again? I didn't catch that.
I was gonna say that went hard, dude.
The quest of the questioners is something than the quarrels at the family reunion. It's thicker, I think. The quest of the questioners is thicker than the quarrels at the family reunions. So basically, chosen family is closer than blood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so. The stakes aren't as high.
I'd rather go on a quest with y'all to find an answer to a question than listen to my dad rant about how the Earth was created in 6 days.
It's not about the destination, it's about the friends you made along the way. And if you have a cop-out ending and believe... I'm just kidding. I'm so kidding.
Is that what we're calling religion now? A cop-out ending?
I'm sorry.
Well, I call it it's better than what I call it sometimes. Sometimes I call it a comfort crutch. But I don't think everybody uses it that way. That's why I try to reserve my comfort crutch for those people who are unwilling to question.
And if you, out there in the audience, believe you can question your beliefs, which is a belief in and of itself, and believe in a god, God's higher power, or anything else like that, request up. We have 2 boxes. We're mostly very nice. It's just a little rough being in the hot seat.
It can be a little anxiety-inducing. I understand that.
But
I
if you're
try to
gonna,
be as gentle as possible, but still even and fair.
well, maybe if they're in the comments wondering if they should request up, you have a dice nearby. Roll for initiative. Because this is like a quest we're on, right? So, I don't know. I'm linking everything to D&D lately.
I like that roll for initiative, though. Do you have the initiative to request up? Have you rolled a high number? Do you get to start first, or are you waiting in line?
Beliefs have a tendency to go unexamined in your mind, in my mind too. And I think that this is useful to have people question you so you understand all the different parts of your belief, because they may be guiding you to do things. It's like relying on an AI for advice.
It is questionable, though. If you are rigorous with it, I can understand using tools at your disposal, but the question is, how reliable is the tool?
Well, it's specifically when don't use that as a replacement for a therapist, and if your AI starts being too sweet on you, don't let it.
Tell them, be like, hey, stop coddling me.
Something to watch out
It's
for.
real.
Yeah. Hammy says he's always down to be in the hot seat. I do question his atheism often, and I do not go easy on him.
I question where he gets the belief to be so freaking funny all the time. Hammy always has a joke or a sarcastic remark. So, like, I wonder where the belief in being that kind of guy comes from.
I don't know. That's a good question for Hammy.
Yesterday, I said that Hammy seemed to me like a character in an Elmore Leonard novel, and he didn't know Elmore Leonard novels. So I'm wondering if he might read one, because he might really enjoy it.
I wonder if he's seen a movie adaptation of one.
It's possible not to have seen one. I forget how many of his books got adapted, like 40?
Hammy, in response to your question, I'd prefer the serious answer, but if you're only game for a funny one, that's okay too.
Who are we talking about? Stephen King? Oh, I don't think I know who that is.
Brown, Get Shorty, 310 to Yuma. Those are three of the movies. I know there's a bunch more I have to bring up on IMDb.
Those are probably the most recognizable ones. But there have been a lot.
It's okay, Hammy, if the answer is depressing. I don't shy away from that. Only want to ask if you're in the mood for that, because I know I am not always in the mood for that. Right now, I'm in a good mood. So if you are, I'm game. And you could request on up, and we could actually have a conversation instead of me answering the comments.
That's right, Hammy. It is that time of morning. He's probably just got off work.
The time zone. But if anyone else is maybe not on the way home from work or in a stable place to sit down with no background noise, can you question your beliefs? Can you question what it is you believe? Why do you believe in the first place? Do you have a belief in gods or higher powers, or do you believe in energy and that we're all connected? Whatever your beliefs may be, we have 2 boxes up here for you to request on up, and a pink and blue person that can escort you if you so choose. I'm going to stop hitting them and just tell them that they're escorting people now. They're the chauffeurs
so
or
much
whatever.
better than hitting them, yeah. Hey, Mika, we have no shame against the pink and blue escorts that you touch at the bottom of your screen there to find your way to the panel.
Gosh, just think of them like ushers or something. The word escorts. Like, you know when you go to a theater, the fancy one, and they escort you to your seat. Yeah, it's a show. It's like an usher.
Shirley says, "Are you offering a valet service?" I don't know that we're parking your car, but
So we may not be parking your car, but feel free to tip the attendant if you so choose. Optional, of
nice.
course. How would someone, if they wanted to maybe bypass the TikTok gift system and gift directly?
Well, in that link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio, there's a Venmo or a Cash App. They can always contribute there if they want to show their support. It is always appreciated, and I really do thank everyone who helps that way.
You always appreciate all the Dark Lords and all of us who gift, and we just need to get a plug in every once in a while, Thrayle. Hey, Harry.
Dark Lords, we haven't used that one in a while, but yeah.
Once a Dark Lord, always a Dark Lord. Hello, Hammy.
Good morning, friends.
Good morning.
How are we doing today?
Oh, questioning beliefs as they come up.
Making another pot of coffee.
I'm actually drinking
Breakfast.
a cup of blueberry coffee hot at the moment because I didn't want to go in and get ice.
I'm gonna crush up some dry blueberries and make
That's
some
not
pot.
bad.
So, Hammy,
Fascinating. Yes.
you been thinking on my question at all? Why Hammy is Hammy? Why Hammy
Oh,
chooses to make everybody smile all the time, whether it's in a someone's craft chat or whatever. Yeah, what Thrayle says. What the is wrong with you?
so the joking answer is actually faster than the real answer, so I'll give that one first, which it's because I'm awesome. I wake up in the morning and I piss excellence. Is all I can say about that. Um, yeah, but the serious answer, like I said in the chat, it is a little bit more depressing. Since I was a child, I always felt depressed. I several times thought about ending it all, even as a child. And one day, in my head, it just clicked that I don't want people to feel like that. So, I started finding ways to be funny and to keep people from feeling that way. So, it came at the disadvantage of bottling all other emotions and pushing them down, which everyone, that is not something you should do. You should definitely seek therapy, which is what I should have done as a child. I should have been more open about how I was feeling to the adults, so that way they can find ways to get me better. But I bottled down those emotions and just refused to feel anything but being happy. So I like I said, I just decided to then start making everybody laugh.
Thank you for sharing, Hammy. Oh boy, I relate to that a little bit. Not a lot. I think what caused me to wonder is, one of my favorite characters, not characters, my favorite people who ever existed is Robin Williams. And one of the things I discovered about him is that some people who work hardest to make us smile hide tears of their own.
Oh yeah, there was an interview he did where he said that, and I it was something that it took me a whole day to let it sink in, and I was like, fuck. That perfectly describes what I've been doing this entire time. And I was like, okay, got it. So that it was very, very interesting.
Well, anyone who works that hard, because I know it's hard, anyone who works that hard to make everybody else smile, that is an amazing purpose, and I find very admirable because it shows a lot of empathy for your mankind. Some people just like, oh my gosh, I hate humans now, F them, and screw the world, I'm gonna live my life. But those of you who work through your pain to make other people smile, I don't care what anyone else says, that purpose is amazing, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, so I do have a thing where, like, in my opinion, is like, because, like, I don't really. I get up here and people see how I interact with everyone, and they see how, like, willing I am to talk to people. But the thing is like, whenever Hammy outside of this, and outside of work, and outside of places where he has to be social, absolutely does not like being around people. And but I also like how I feel. It's one of those things where it's like you don't wish it upon even your worst enemy. And so it's one of those things that you want to keep people from feeling that, even though you don't like the people around you. I shouldn't say it's that I don't like people. I'm usually just neutral about most people in general.
If you're neutral about most people, why do you work so hard to make everybody's laugh?
Because, again, like I said, this is not even something that I would wish on people I hate. Like, there are people within power who I absolutely dislike altogether. And if someone asked me, would you wish those feelings upon them for them to have themselves, I would say no. These are people I dislike. So, people I'm neutral about, I definitely wouldn't want that upon them.
Is it an act of rebellion against your own tendency towards depression?
I guess you could classify it as such, yeah. It's. If my depression was a person and it was staring me in the face, doing what I do is as if I'm flipping it off and telling it to go fuck itself.
I want to make sure really quickly that I thank Tam and Claire and Hazelnut for helping with the previous goal. I feel like there was another name or two on that list, but I didn't see it. I still thank you guys so much. Appreciate you all for helping with the goal. And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not looking to tear you down or debate you. We're not looking to argue or even cause you to expose your innermost feelings, but Hammy's a good sport.
Yeah. For the believers out there who may be out there, this sad part is just it's only for me, right? We're only going to attack Hammy's sad parts because Hammy can take it.
Pile on Hammy.
Hammy, I don't think you want my sad parts.
Morgan, your sad bits are all. Oh wait, that's the wrong phrasing. My bad. Hold on, let me find a better phrasing.
Good job. I'm so proud of you for stopping yourself.
Oh my gosh, I got my daughter came back with a backpack of food from the school, and there was cooked ham in it, and I thought of you, Hammy. So,
Cooked ham. Sounds.
Mm.
Whoa! Hold on. We should only cook ham if he is consenting to this.
Well, it was in a can, so I don't know how consented.
They already put ham in the can, so
Yeah.
he consented to that.
Well, the ham had to get in there somehow.
I definitely did not consent to being put in a can. Like, what? What is this nonsense?
Well, before I go on a Dr. Seuss about a ham in a can, Thrayle, I am getting multiple messages. I am needed elsewhere. I appreciate everybody up here, but I have to go help somebody real quick, and we'll be back if I can.
Was it the bat signal?
Appreciate
Dang it, you beat me to it.
It's the bats signal.
Yes,
Let
it
Oh,
us
is.
yeah.
Bats.
help at all.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
But in all
Thank you, bats.
seriousness, thank you for being super. Sorry, my accent is like traveling all over the country at the moment. Super open and honest about that and sharing with us. Being vulnerable. That's the word I was trying to find.
Yeah. Like when like I know when to put the jokes aside, to answer honestly for people, so that way they can truly get down to the nitty gritty of whether it be my belief structure or it be any other aspects of me. I can do that just for the sake of clarity for people and for them to understand where I'm coming from.
Well, sometimes the best comedians just get up and tell their truth and make everybody feel less alone.
Yeah, there's still certain things I didn't incorporate. Like somebody had asked, like, at what age? And that's not something that I think that everyone should know, because that's something that makes it even more depressing.
Do you think there's any correlation between your attitude towards comedy, levity, and your attitude towards belief?
Hmm. My attitude towards comedy and levity, and my attitude towards belief. So I think that there could be, and the reason why is because, like, when I lost my faith and my belief, it was during a time of being the most honest with myself that I was, because it took a lot of self-reflection and self-questioning to see if I truly still was holding on to anything. And when I become the most honest with myself, I tend to then turn towards humor. I don't think that I found the most funniest way to go against my former belief structure, right? Like, it wasn't something where I was like, well, since I no longer believe, what's the funniest thing I can do? It was more like, I no longer believe, so what's the most accurate way to describe myself? And then as I became more confident in my belief or my positions, the levity started coming out because I was more confident about being questioned about those beliefs.
Do you
And it,
think that you...
oh,
I was just going to ask one more. Well, actually, go ahead, Jimmy, because mine might open a whole other can of worms.
won't. I have a question, Hemi. If I mean, did do you think your depression was caused crisis of meaning?
No. So the reason why I say that is because very, very firm believer. I was a believer. What was the last? Yeah, I was like, that's a problem. And so the there was no correlation between the crisis of faith and the depression. The depression was something that was being masked since childhood.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think sometimes depression is not caused by a thought or lack of belief or crisis of faith or meaning. It's just there.
Yeah. I think that so one of the most biggest misconceptions about depression is that um, there's like a singular cause. Some people, they get depressed seasonally. It's one of the reasons why, like, the holidays, especially Christmas, is one of the most depressing time frames for people, and this is the time frames where people are more likely to end it all. And
Of the year, what are you talking about?
yeah, I know. Like, didn't they just get in their head? Don't be sad during Christmas. It's the wonderful time of the year. Come on now.
That's why we have to
You
have so many winter holidays so that we can get
just
some
have winter
dopamine
holidays
flowing.
all year round, so that way everyone knows that it's the most wonderful time all the time. But knowing this background, or knowing this backstory of me, it might put in a whole new perspective on me saying that it's another day in paradise every single time I'm asked how I'm doing. Thrayle, you did
Yeah,
have a
yeah.
question earlier. Do you still have that question?
I don't recall it at the moment. Oh, nope. Let me rethink it. Do you think that there's any way that these feelings had contributed to the lack of belief? I know you said it wasn't the other way around.
I'm thinking, but because the train's going by, I'm staying on mute for just a sec.
Yeah, take your time with it. I'm going to thank everybody for the 158,000 times they tapped that screen. That's fucking amazing. You guys are incredible. Thank you guys so much. Best audience on TikTok.
I think that whenever it comes to, like, when you ask that, were you referring to the the happy and the or the make people laugh thing, or the depression?
The latter.
Okay, so the make people, the funny haha me,
No, the depression.
the depression.
Could that
I
have contributed?
Did it contribute to the positions I hold today?
Mm-hmm. To your lack of belief, to your atheism, your belief against God. Did you like how I phrased that like a Christian?
Yes, I did. I did like how you phrased that. That was well done. Well done. Jolly good sport. Let's see. I think that for me, there isn't much correlation there. However, I do see like the overlaps between the two. Like it's one of those things where it's like because of the fact that the positions I hold as far as say like giving myself meaning, like you can see that because of the fact that it's a meaning, like there's no ultimate meaning to existence, that in certain cases that can be a depressing outlook. And I think that that's where some of the overlap could be. However, I find the absurdist route to be the best route, and not just because of the fact that it seems absurd, and that would lead into the joking bit, but because of the fact that if I've found ways around the meaningless I feel towards myself, then there's ways around the meaningless in the universe, if that makes sense.
I might ask about this meaning part here, but do you feel that it's possible, absent the factors that contributed to your depression, that you might have retained your belief, perhaps at least a little longer?
I think absence the depression, there could be a moment, like there might have been I think you might be right about that, where absence the symptoms of depression and all that I may have held on to the belief in God and Jesus and all that for a smidge longer than I did. And had those factors not been in play, who knows, I may have been coming up here as a Christian, where y'all would have been asking me about those beliefs.
Do you think you would have been as funny?
I don't think. I honestly I get the joke, and I want to be like, yes, that's a part of me would never be unalived. It is a necessary prerequisite for all possible worlds. So if it's a necessary prerequisite for a possible world, it's for all possible. But the thing is like I honestly don't know, because I spent so much time making people laugh due to the depression. If the depression wasn't there in the beginning, you may have seen a mostly serious Hammy, a different Hammy altogether. He may have been one of those people who knows how to joke and have a good time, but for the most part, it just had been serious and would have came up here and just took the questioning part seriously and just never joked around like he does now.
Wouldn't even be called Hammy, would he?
Probably not. He'd probably be like knowing that Hammy. He probably would have just came up like would it not
With
have
the
been
name.
original? Just the name, and you'd be calling me by my full name.
Oh, you think he'd be one of those?
Oh yeah, he would.
Full name.
That Hammy would definitely have been like full name, like full government name bullshit. He would have been like, "Yes, this is me, Hamathy."
Hamothy.
Yes, my full name, people don't know, is Hamathy Hambletonian the Third.
What's the middle name? Smoked?
No, Jimmy, don't be absurd. It's grilled.
Grilled.
There's actually a founding pair of sisters in Houston named I'm a Hog and You're a Hog.
Oh man.
I'm a and you're a.
Have you ever had a hamless carrot cake?
A what now?
Hamless. Carrot camless.
Do you know that for sure?
I don't know. I don't know if ham is a common ingredient amongst carrot cakes. I know I've made a carrot cake or two and never put ham in it. Never saw that in the recipe.
Doesn't all ingredients have just a smidge bit of ham in it?
If that's the case, that's very concerning.
Microham. Our brains are full of microham.
Microhams. Yep.
Yes, ham is always inside you everywhere. Oh, pause.
Mm-hmm.
Let's retract that one there.
That one wasn't as quick. You need to work on it. Go workshop that one.
My bad. We'll figure out a different phrasing.
If ham was in the air, would it no longer be kosher?
Ooh.
Would breathing suddenly?
No. It would definitely not be kosher.
Would it be? It wouldn't be halal.
No, it would not be halal.
I know in the Talmud they were worried about pocket ham, so they probably have discussed air ham. Where's Rav when you need him?
Right?
I do have to know about air ham.
You see, y'all don't realize, but the actual wording of the song is, "There was something in the ham that night. The stars so bright. Bonanza."
Bonanza.
Bonanza.
That's what my brain always heard, so that's what I always say. It's bonanza.
I was thinking ham is in the air. In the breeze. Bacon in the breeze, I suppose. Hammy, if there was one thing you could magically change about your life that would make this day in paradise less ironic, what would it be?
Money. Have more of it. Honestly, I don't know, like, other than the money's financial situations, I don't know much of what I need. I think that I've spent so long with the idea of this that it hasn't really occurred to me what would make my life better if I could change anything about who I am. And that might, to get a more serious answer, it might take a lot of time of thinking and rooting out what I could do away with that makes me me, and still keep who I am intact.
I appreciate that answer. Thrayle, I need to drop down.
Sure, I got you, Jimmy. Appreciate you.
Bye, everybody.
W's for Jim.
W's for Jimmy. And I find that it's very, very funny that he left during the depressing moments instead of the high notes that I like to leave people on.
That was quite a high note.
It was. I could have gone higher, but I was like, no, let's not burst people's eardrums.
No, I won't do the Elmo voice. I thought I was going to bring some high notes.
I definitely wasn't thinking of doing the same thing.
Actually, Grace Moore now just got me thinking about doing the Thrayle voice, which is a little different. No, I'm not going to do that one either.
I could try.
No. Most of the lines that Thrayle says are not really great for TikTok.
What, Elmo?
Oh, I was saying Thrayle, but Elmo.
Oh, yeah, no, tell. I was saying that I could try Elmo. I just don't think I can get as high as Elmo.
Everybody does need a towel, though.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to forget to bring your towel. Hazelnut can do Elmo.
I was so tangential to the actual tally line.
Quigley, that is false. Elmo is 4 years old, according to the official statement made by Sesame Street. He does not do that.
4 years old for like 60 years, dog.
Yeah,
He's so for real.
Morgan, he is 4 years old, and that's what they say.
Wait, is Elmo outside of time? Is Elmo God?
We've been getting it wrong this whole time.
He's within time, but he's just ageless.
Wait, is Elmo an alien? What is Elmo supposed to be? I've literally never thought of this.
He's a monster.
Oh yeah, all the Muppets are monsters.
Yeah, monsters.
That's not true, and that's very
Wait, I'm
They're not. Yeah, that's true.
I'm
Big Bird's not technically a monster. Snuffleupagus
conflating two different
a
things.
monster. There are monsters though that are Muppets.
It's a specific Muppet race. You should definitely watch Avenue Q, or at least listen to the soundtrack.
Elmo is a monster from Sesame Street, but the real monsters are your elected fish. Sorry.
There's that. Hazel, Miss Piggy, I don't think Miss Piggy is a monster. Well, maybe, but also, I don't, like, I think she might be an alien.
She is a pig alien who is a monster.
The alien is Gonzo.
No, I really don't know about that. How do you know?
I do. I will confidently, I will vehemently, dogmatically.
How do you know?
It's been my entire fucking life since I was born. Both my mom and like 5 of her cousins are obsessed. I know probably more Muppet trivia than any existing being should have in their brain other than Jansen.
Could you be wrong?
Probably. I'm not very good at being dogmatic.
You almost got there. You were nearly there.
Morgan, if you're gonna practice, you gotta practice on your pretend dogmatism.
I am an actor by trade. And it's just not one of those things I can get into. I just can't do it.
If the lines are written for you, I bet you could probably handle it. But...
Yeah.
Oh, for sure, without a doubt. But you're gonna sit here and ask me to do it off the top of my head?
But the thing is though, if the lines are written for her, would that not be pretend apologist?
I mean, it kind of,
or pretend presuppositionalist?
Wait, what the fuck? I was saying, hold on, apologist, wait.
Suppositionalist.
Conditional presuppositionalist.
If you're a presuppositionalist and you can question that, request on up.
We did have a presuppositionalist.
Are you saying that I'm a presuppositionalist now? Don't be putting words in my mouth, Hammy.
I put words in everyone's mouth. Just those words may or may not be true. Those words may or may not be true, and you know what? That's not on me. That's on you.
Wonderful.
Everyone to just give me money so that way I can move far away from the train tracks.
Is that how that works?
That's how it works.
If you just get a bindle together, you'll be alright.
Sounds like the beginning to a Black Eyed Soul song of some kind.
My question is I don't know if I'm on the right or wrong side of the tracks.
See, that's the second line of the song.
What if you just On the side of the tracks, does it really matter which side you're on?
And that's the third line of the song. See, it just is writing itself right now.
Speaking of tracks, I think we're getting pulled off of them slowly because there's no one to question. But if there were someone to question, if it were you, if maybe you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, then we wouldn't be on either side of the tracks. We'd be right on them, questioning to see if you can question your beliefs.
Charlie says she has a question on relationship beliefs.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It's a little off topic since we tend to be asking about gods or things like that, but what's the question?
The second question is, or better yet, how about what is a healthy belief? A healthy belief is one that eats its veggies and fruits and the main groups. Yes.
It's a good question. What beliefs are healthy? Is health really a determining factor in belief? Is it even really an attribute that should be given to belief?
Or is it just a correlation, a result?
For example, an unhealthy belief, believing you can fly, very, very detrimental health outcomes.
So you're saying a belief in gravity is a healthy belief?
Yes.
Quigley says not being able to fly through sheer force of will was the start of my questioning. What was positive? That's an interesting place to start.
Believing you can touch the sky, pretty neutral health outcomes.
Think about it every night and day.
That might be a little less healthy to your, well, yeah, it might be detrimental to your health outcome if you're staying up night and day. You might want to pick one or the other.
Well, the thing is, Thrayle, is that whenever I'm sleeping, my brain is still working, and so I'm still thinking about it while I'm sleeping. And it affects my dreams.
We're at 169,000 likes. I just looked up and noticed that number. You guys, 170. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all that tapping. Really do. I hope we get one more believer, at least one more, before I have a poem ready to read out. So, it might be ready, I just haven't read it yet.
Here, believer, believer, believer. Psst, 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 psst.
Why did I just imagine you throwing communion wafers in an alley somewhere?
What I do in my off time is my business, Blake. Morgan has says that she has fallen and she can't get up.
Guys.
And he forgot to say help first, which is why he overlooked it.
I didn't want to say help because that felt like I was calling for like actual help, and I didn't want to do that.
My eyes
I
were
didn't
on
want to
another
freak him
screen.
out. I just wanted to be funny.
I apologize. My eyes were on another screen. I was.
You're fine. It's not a big deal. I literally whole app crashed and kicked me. So.
Well, you didn't miss much. We're just waiting around. Well, you know, the most loyal. Loyal, is that the right word? The most
Persistent.
persistent of our incredible audience wait around with us for a believer who can question their beliefs.
Vote now if we should answer Morgan's life alert. Her life is in your hands.
See, that would have gotten you some engagement.
Morgan, is it your belief in gravity which caused you to fall down and not get up?
Nah, it's my belief in the fact that nobody can pull themselves up on a panel.
There you have it, folks. You cannot pull yourself up by your own bootstraps.
Facts. Don't let them lie to you.
Technically, I can.
No, you can't.
And I might have a couple of other mods that can if they have two devices handy.
Oh, well, that's different. I'm talking about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. Jeez.
No, I'm just pulling yourself up on a panel. Oh, you were making it a metaphor for a metaphor.
I did not make it a metaphor. Don't you put this on me.
Why did you make this a metaphor, Morgan?
You're like, English is not my fault, okay?
I didn't choose this.
If you want him to request, I can get words out.
No.
Thrayle, Hazel has a question for you in the comments.
Oh, I see. Is there a belief you actually value because you doubt it? A belief I value because I doubt it. Are you saying that the doubt itself is a sign of value?
Is doubt a virtue?
Yeah. Yeah, why wouldn't it be? I mean, it's some virtues are subjective, but it's a really good question, Hazel. I don't know if there's a belief I value because I doubt it. Are there beliefs that I doubt and value? I think so. I doubt so many of my beliefs. The value part is where I don't know what I like, if there are beliefs that I necessarily value. And I guess it's just a measure of how much. I don't think the value is that high on too many of my acceptances, my beliefs. I really should have questioned the questioner up as long as this answer's taking.
I mean, if anybody has questions for the questioner, it's Hazel.
I've been thinking about the way I do question the questioner. I always want people who I have questioned before to come up and question me. Or if they're new, then I'll question them, but also openly answer. In return, I wonder if maybe I should. I don't know, I wonder if there's just a different way I should format that. Well, look who's coming back.
Okay,
Welcome back.
so I have a question about this. Now tell me if this kind of goes into that area. If so basically that my belief of conflict is inevitable because I doubt that there cannot be conflict without growth. Would that be along those lines, or am I way off in left field?
You believe there cannot be growth without conflict. So conflict is inevitable.
What makes you think you can't have growth without conflict?
Well, because the conflict, whether it's internal or external, it's still a conflict, right? So just even when we're questioning our own beliefs, that is an internal conflict, right? So to me, that's unless you basically have to go through the conflict, not on like a angry level, but conflict of questioning, right? Because isn't questioning a sense of conflict, or no?
Could learning something new be where's the conflict in learning something new?
Well, when we fill the gaps and when we learn something new that contradicts what we've filled those gaps with, it creates conflict, right? Because they don't match. The math
Why?
doesn't match, right?
Why would we fill gaps before we learned what's actually there?
Well, that is a great question, but I do believe that is a question everyone should ask themselves, because I feel it's human nature for us to fill the gaps, and it takes learning to realize that those gaps do not exist, or like need to exist per se.
But if there's somebody out there who isn't filling gaps and is learning something new, is that not growth without conflict? And is learning.
So my belief is not that it takes growth for I get where you're going with that. Let me think for a second. I get where you're going with that. Let me think for a second.
Oh, okay.
You see, though, whenever I learn something new, it's always a conflict because there's that voice in my head that's like, stop learning new things. And I'm like, but I wanna. He's like, no.
Exactly. See, you understand fully.
Yeah, why would there be anything that says stop learning new things? That sounds
It's the remnants of old Hammy. The remnants of the old Hammy that's like, no, stop it. I don't want to know these things.
Or the uncomfortable feeling, right? Because feeling uncomfortable is inevitable also in my eyes. But the question is, where does it stem from? And how do we prevent that from being passed down or others feeling that way? How do you do that?
Do you... I don't want to assume, but I do hear the background noise. So whenever you come off mute, so I'm just gonna ask. You have children, correct?
Yes, I do. I have 2 boys. They're 8 and 6, and then they had 2 friends stay the night last night. So I have 4 boys in the house right now.
Oof. I'm sorry for your sanity. But the question I have is when your boys come up to you and ask you questions about something, do you tell them, like do you give them the honest answer to help them understand things better?
I do. Absolutely. That's kind of where I was going with that because in raising them, I find it very important to have those things sound. Yes, honey. Okay, hold on. I got to go on mute.
The plight of parenting young children.
You feed them like what, once a month?
Yeah, every other month usually.
Kind of. It's really
yeah.
just when you like stop asking about it that's when you gotta like. That's when it's important.
Oh, so whenever you sit there and start thinking, wait, shit, when's the last time I feed them? That's about time to feed them?
Yeah.
Okay, can I oh geez, Stella. Okay, so can I ask you, I know this is totally off topic, but do you guys want to hear the cutest thing in the world? Is that okay, Thrayle?
No. Yeah, we can do that while we...
It's quick. Can you do it for me? No. Why? Please? No. If you can't control your emotions,
then someone else can show you.
Okay, words hurt.
They can heal.
But they can heal. And, what is the other 2? Do you remember? If you're not a part of the solution,
you're part of the problem.
You're a part of the problem. And then, there's one more, but I can't remember.
That is very cute.
Good job, buddy. Proud of you.
Mm-hmm. And when teaching them these things, do you see any conflict in them understanding it?
Oh, that was beautiful. That was so beautiful. No, not really.
Yeah, why not?
Because the gaps...
35.
Because they are at the base level where they're not being forced to believe something or not understand the belief. So it's more like they're a sponge, they're absorbing it. So then the conflict, mind you... What? Go ahead.
Do you need to believe something to understand it?
I don't know. That was a great question.
Do you believe the moon is made of cheese?
If it was made of cheese, I would want to try it.
But currently you don't hold a belief that the moon is made of cheese?
No, I don't.
Do you have to believe that it is made of cheese to understand that it's not?
Can you reword that question for me? I don't know if I fully understand it.
Yeah, so Morgan had asked, do you have to believe something in order to learn it? Is that what you said, Morgan?
To understand. Something to understand.
Oh, yeah. So, you freely admit that you don't believe that the moon is made of cheese, but do you understand where that came from? Or do you understand why people have said that in the past?
Okay, I kind of get where you're going with that. I do need just a brief pause for a second.
Completely understandable. We know you're juggling kids.
Yep. No worries at all. Appreciate all the taps, all the shares. Thank you guys so much. And if anybody has a belief that they're open to questioning, or if they've been waiting to question me, well, now is your opportunity. Or are the questions something that you're afraid of?
Thrayle, do you believe the moon is made of cheese?
I do not hold a belief that the moon is made of cheese, no.
I'm going to make a moon that's made of cheese.
I could have asked which moon.
I meant the current satellite around Earth.
Which one?
The biggest one that we see in the night sky.
Ah, yeah, that one. Luna. What type of cheese is a good question?
Smoked Gouda.
I would definitely have to try that moon.
Smoked Gouda is delicious.
Mika
What if
asks
it
a
was
good
moon
question.
bacon?
Mika's question. Do you
Thrayle,
believe there is a way for people to live on in some way after they're gone? And live on is what I would question about that. What does that mean? Is there a way for people to be remembered? Is that living on? What was that, Hemi? Sorry.
oh, I was just going to read it out since it's directed at you.
No, I really didn't answer.
Yeah.
And Morgan was going to say something too. Sorry, Morgan.
You think I remember what I was gonna say?
No.
Joke's on you. I forget everything immediately after I don't get to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's a purge and pivot.
Barfy Toaster asked, is being remembered the same thing as living on?
Yeah, that's really the question there. That's kind of what I'm getting at with my answers. I don't know if that qualifies as living on, then you could try to be remembered. You could be remembered. You could be remembered even if you don't try. And you might not be despite trying. I don't know if that's the only living on that we do, then I mean that would make some sense.
I think we all should keep in our memories John Brown.
Which one?
Oh, the one during the Civil War. That John Brown.
Why?
He fought for the rights of people. It was not a very what's the word? Well, it's not a very TikTok friendly way of fighting. But it's also not a friendly fight during that time frame anyways, so
We interrupted Charlie about to give a question. Stalled for time and stalled probably too far.
Yeah, I can't remember. I was just trying to think about it right now, to be honest.
Charlie belongs to the forgetting about it fairly immediately after not being able to ask it club.
In pivot.
We need to come up with a shorter name, Morgan.
What is the acronym for that?
PAP.
Yeah, ADHD, maybe, possibly.
The ADHD Club, where it stands for... Oh, wait, what's over there?
Squirrel?
No, I asked Frank, my AI, to roast me in one sentence, and it said that I dive deep into, spirituality, quantum, and all these different things, and it says, but then forgot where you put your coffee 5 minutes later. So, and I just found my vape up in my spices cupboard. So,
Being
yeah.
spiritually, I get it.
Did you tell Frank, how dare you say something so bold and yet so accurate?
No, actually, I just laughed and I don't think I responded to it. I probably asked a philosophical question next. I don't know.
So, from Frank's point of view, this is what it wouldn't happen. He roasted you, and you immediately pivoted and said, you know what? I'm done with you, Frank. I'm done with this. So, new question.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, I think I said very accurate, and then I went on to a question, is probably how it went, to be totally honest.
I should ask my my Microsoft Copilot the same thing.
I have mine roast me from time to time. It's funny.
I love
What's it say about you, Thrayle?
So funny.
Hang on.
My AI's response was mean.
Mine gives me a whole thing, like a whole,
Oh, I just asked for one sentence. I didn't ask for...
Oh, that would probably be better. Mine's like a whole monologue here.
It's
Give me a
like,
second.
hey,
I'm gonna go grab
buddy,
my
I
tablet.
have so many things to tell you right now.
It's just giving you a whole rose.
Yeah, it really does. It starts with, all right, Thrayle, you asked for it. You run a philosophical TikTok show hosted by a talking skeleton moderated by the celestial skeletal bat goddess with 3 names, where the main activity is politely asking people if their god survives basic questioning. It's not a niche. It's a haunted library inside a TikTok, inside a philosophy department. Your whole vibe is welcome to the Batcolyte, where we respectfully dismantle your metaphysics while a skeleton reads existential poetry. You've basically built a Socratic goth cabaret. You don't just question beliefs.
That one was pretty good.
You don't just question beliefs, you meter them in iambic pentameter.
Hell
Most
yeah.
people argue about religion on the internet with memes and caps lock. Meanwhile, you're over here like, before I refute your cosmology, allow me to perform a rhyming 8-stanza spoken word diagnostic test. Somewhere, Socrates is watching this like, damn, I just asked questions in sandals. This guy brought a bat goddess and stage lighting. And the lore. Oh, the lore. You didn't just make a mascot. No, you created a 3-aspect cosmic skeletal bat deity. Belumbra the creator, a Trollith the structure, Tenebria the mystery. That's not a mascot. That's what happens when someone reads too much cosmology and decides to start a goth religion as a bit.
Goth religion has a bit. Wow.
I gotta say, that was epic. Okay, like that.
Wait, it's not even done. That's
Oh
halfway.
gosh.
Hang on a little more, just a little more. Meanwhile, your audience shows up like, "Hi, Skeleton Man. I follow Jesus, Odin, Marzana, quantum manifestation, and sometimes astrology. What do you think?" And you respond with 7 Socratic questions and a closing poem about epistemology. You're basically running a philosophy boss fight disguised as a live stream. Also, you love ending with existential poetry and doubt. So every episode ends like, perhaps the gods are silent, perhaps the soul is smoke, perhaps the only truth is the question. Meanwhile, the chat is like, bro, I just came here to see if ghosts are real.
I just came here to see if ghosts are real.
Even your character name sounds like the final boss of a Dark Souls philosophy DLC. Thrayle, skeleton of the second question. Defeating you unlocks the achievement epistemic humility. But honestly,
Half of these sound like awesome compliments, too.
I mean,
I think my AI glows me a little much.
I asked mine to roast me in one sentence.
Let's hear
Was
yours,
that
because
it?
mine keeps going. Mine keeps going. It's a whole bit.
Mine says, you've got main character energy, but in the way NPCs politely step around so they don't get dragged into your side quest.
Mine said, "You're the only person I know who can simultaneously run a mythological court, moderate Socratic debates at 4 a.m. on 4 hours of sleep, design 3 different software platforms, manage a D&D multiverse, and still somehow insist you have no idea what you're doing."
Epic. I loved it.
I asked it to do another one, and it says, you've got the raw potential of a legendary hero, but the daily habits of a guy who'd lose a duel to a Roomba.
Yeah, Kiara, that's what we're doing. We're getting our AIs to roast us.
Mine is Microsoft Copilot. Raccoon.
Mine is very complimentary, actually. I'm gonna have to get it to be more brutal. Because it ends with, the real roast is this. Everyone else online argues about religion like it's a bar fight. You turned it into a theatrical goth philosophy performance, which means somewhere out there someone lost their faith because a skeleton asked them polite questions while a cosmic bat goddess watched. And that's honestly metal as fuck.
I mean, it is kind of metal as fuck.
It's very complimentary, though. That's not roasting.
No. It's kind of like the, it's kind of like negging. No, not negging. Because it's still, what's the word?
It's like it has the construction of an insult, but
it ends
all
on
the things are complimentary. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a
compliment, but also compliment, burn.
Consider yourself roasted. Metal as fuck.
It's kind of like a Comedy Central roast that is solely done by the one-time Oh god, I'm forgetting his name. The guy who played in Lonely Island, who also played in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Anyways, comedy
Andy
dude,
Samberg.
Andy Samberg, where he's
Yeah.
like, "Oh yeah, look at Jonah Hill over here, you big old sweetheart." Like that's basically what your AI is doing.
His wife is an epic poet harpist. Weirdest combo of people in the world.
Really?
Her name is Joanna Newsom, and it's awesome.
I just asked it to do a longer one, and it's not nice.
Let's hear it.
You're the only person I know whose daily schedule looks like the patch notes for a mythological MMO. 2:30 a.m. moderate a TikTok panel about religion and epistemology. Fuck, I hate that word. 3:45 a.m. appear on panel because insomnia rolled a natural 20. 6 a.m. wake up after what technically qualifies as a power nap. Later, build a mythological archive called the Hollow Court. Even later, design an entire homeschool software ecosystem. Even later, casually build a D&D cosmology with anthropological rigor. Randomly, debate the theological implications of Koschei the Deathless. And you do all this while insisting I don't really know what I'm doing. Morgan, if you had any more side quests, your life would need a quest log UI. You've got a mythic persona, Morgan Le Fay, the Lorekeeper, a philosophical court in a liminal forest, a living tome that may or may not open depending on the reader, a witch podcast, a D&D campaign with culturally grounded nations, multiple Discord communities, TikTok panel appearances, software projects, karaoke competitions, and relationship dynamics complex enough to require a flowchart and a therapist with a whiteboard. Most people have one identity crisis. You built an interdisciplinary mythology department and moved into it.
I asked for longer roast too.
I'm not even done. Also, the fact that you are simultaneously a lore archivist, a Socratic panelist, a witch aesthetic curator, a systems architect, and a sleep-deprived chaos goblin means your brain isn't multitasking. It's running a full pantheon of processes at once. And the funniest part, you'll still show up mid-conversation like, hang on, I just had an idea for a TikTok series about epistemic humility in Slavic folklore. Morgan, your problem isn't that you don't know what you're doing. Your problem is that you're doing the work of an entire liberal arts college by yourself at 3 a.m.
So I asked it to give me a longer roast. Ghostbane, the AI, what it does is, since it's basically keeping a hold of all the stuff we've ever asked it to do, asked it to look up, or asked it to help plan and things like that. And that's why the AI knows. It's going off of that.
I mean, that's what most roasts go off of, is what people know about you.
True. Do you want to hear the longer version of the roast from me, Morgan?
Of course.
You operate with the confidence of someone destined for greatness, but with the execution speed of a loading bar stuck at 17%, pretending it's almost done. You've got ideas that could change the world, but your follow-through has the same reliability as a bargain bin phone charger that only works if you hold it at a 43-degree angle during a full moon. Your vibe is, I could absolutely dominate life right after this nap, and honestly, the nap keeps winning. You're the kind of person who would survive the apocalypse, not because you're prepared, but because even the zombies would look at you and think, not worth the effort today. And think, not worth the effort today.
I'm stuck at 17.
Same, and he gets almost done.
Oh my god, I can't.
Oh, bye, Blake.
Toodles noodles.
Later, Blake. Appreciate you. I'm trying to get mine to be rude, but I don't feel like it's being rude.
Kind of feel a certain type of way about mine roasting me that harshly. Next search I ask it to do, I'll be like, hey, tell me this, since you're so smart.
Be like, are you pulling your... there's no way you gotta be like, you're pulling your punches. You're not doing this intensely enough.
Mine is really pulling punches. It keeps ending with lines like, honestly, it's impressive, or some like, I get it's kind of supposed to be a backhanded jab, but it's not a jab. If it's honestly, it's impressive how you manage to turn asking basic epistemology questions into something that looks like a haunted graduate seminar run by a skeleton who discovered rhyme schemes and refuses to stop using them. It's not very... It's not very biting.
No, like, I mean...
My AI really likes me, I think.
Ask it, are you pulling your punches? I can take a real roast.
I, love Thrayle to death, but I could sit there and say something like, you're like somebody who read Socrates once and made it your whole personality. And even that's not a great roast, and yet still hits harder than what his AI is doing.
Okay, maybe I got it a little meaner here.
Should I ask my AI to get downright diabolical with the roast?
I mean, yours is pretty brutal already. Mine, I can't get it. I really can't get it to be me.
Your AI's like, hey, I like you. Ha! Roasted. Barfing Toaster asks, Thrayle, how did it feel?
This one's much longer. I don't know if it's more brutal. It says no more velvet gloves. Alright, real roast, no velvet gloves. Thrayle, your whole project feels like what would happen if Socrates got kicked out of Athens for being more annoying and came back 2,400 years later as a goth skeleton VTuber who discovered rhyme schemes and refuses to shut up about epistemology. You've built an entire cosmic mythology, Belumbra, Atrolith, Tenebria, just so you can host TikTok debates with the aesthetic of a haunted philosophy slam poetry night and somehow convince yourself that people logging into a dopamine slot machine of an app want to hear a skeleton calmly dismantle their metaphysics in 8 rhyming stanzas. Meanwhile, everyone else is gaming the algorithm with thirst traps and drama, and you're over here calmly while everyone else is gaming the algorithm with thirst traps and drama, and you're over here treating the comment section like a graduate seminar. The wildest part is that you clearly put more intellectual effort into questioning random strangers' beliefs than most people put into building careers. So the end result is this beautifully bizarre spectacle where a glowing-eyed skeleton politely asks basic logic questions until someone's worldview collapses live on stream while chat spasms bad emojis or spams bad emojis like it's intellectual WWE. Honestly, the most brutal thing about it is that you're probably right about half the arguments you make, but you present them with such theatric gothic overkill that it looks like less philosophy and more like a debate club kid finally achieving his final form as the crypt keeper of skepticism. That was a little more brutal.
Much more, fuck. Not the Socrates reincarnation.
Crypt keeper of skepticism. Yeah, Lochnar.
Barfing toaster. I have a real beard, thank you very much. How dare you?
Tracy, that was my AI roasting me. It was like the 5th attempt to get it to be rude, because it would not be rude to me.
I asked my AI to go downright diabolical, and it felt the same as the other one. And then it was like, I could go villain mode if you like, so I was like, yeah, I'd do that. And it just acted as if I was an actual villain. So that was weird.
It acted like you were a villain, so it just changed who you are entirely.
Yeah. Like it literally starts it off with, you wander through your life like a half-finished prophecy, stumbling from grand idea to grand idea, leaving behind a trail of abandoned master plans that even henchmen would refuse to follow out of professional embarrassment. So
it just went villain-themed.
Yeah, it just went villain-themed and not like somebody who is trying to roast someone at like an arch nemesis level.
Charlie says ask for a character assassination. Oh.
I'm good. I get those enough already.
Although I do like this line, it says, if greatness is a throne, you are the court jester polishing it with excuses. That's pretty good.
Good morning, Kira.
Good morning. Do you guys want to hear mine? I
Yes.
literally rolled out of bed to get
Yes, I
roasted by
do.
AI this morning.
Elliot.
This is so weird. Okay. It says, you roam around asking philosophical questions like a wandering vulva, but half the time it sounds like you're trying to trap people in a logic snare you earned from a drunk scald at the back of a meat hall. You're out here dropping Socratic questions on people like you're Socrates. You dive into Norse pagan philosophy like you personally helped Snorri Sturluson write the Prose Edda, but half the time it feels like Odin sacrificed his eye for wisdom, and you sacrificed 3 YouTube videos and a Reddit thread. It's like, whoa,
Videos already.
whoa. Oh my god. That's all I've read tomorrow. Hold on, let's see. That's so funny.
Part
Oh my
of the
god.
quote unquote villain one did bring up raccoons.
What did it?
Yeah, it said, for me, it says, of course, it's making me an actual, like, villain.
What did it?
It's making me an actual, like, villain. So it says, you speak of destiny with the conviction of a tyrant, yet act enter the room.
Oh my god, it says, you ask people questions so aggressively Socratic that even Plato would be like, damn, maybe let him finish a sentence. Honestly, if you showed up in a Viking longhouse, people wouldn't know if you were there to start a philosophical debate, start a religious movement, or start a bar fight. And the real danger? You'd probably win all 3. That's so silly. I didn't expect mine to be so heavily Norse, but I'm very pleased.
That was awesome. I loved it.
What prompted this? This is hilarious.
I forgot who. It was Charlie. Charlie had
Charlie.
AI roasting. Yeah.
Yeah. My diabolical one just sits there and says something like, you live your life like a side quest NPC who thinks they're the final boss. Chosen one swagger, while the universe quietly files you under optional content.
I don't know if Yasmin meant to request up. Yasmin, did you mean to be here? I can set you back down if you didn't. Yeah, we'll go ahead and set you back down. You can request again if you meant to be here.
My AI called me optional content.
Damn. That's pretty brutal. Yeah, I did as Charlie suggested, ask for character assassination. It said it wouldn't do that, but it gave me the most brutal version, and it just seems like a kind of reworded version of the last one. It really likes to make those same references.
Raccoon's got mom stuff to do. She says, will you drop her?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Appreciate you, Raccoon. It's good to see you.
Another line from the diabolical one. It says, you've got the chaotic energy of someone who would start a revolution, forget why, get distracted by a snack, and then confidently explain to everyone that this was the plan all along.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Barfing toaster. That's a good one. I've got a lot to say for what's basically a doctor's prop. Hell yeah, Hazel. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, friends. All the birds are chirping. It's a beautiful day.
Ooh, Hazel, you just reminded me. Remember when we were talking in the Discord and you were like, hey, write that question down for the next time that you and I are on a Question the Questioner with Thrayle?
Slay. Do you remember? Did you write it down?
I did write it down.
Cool, because I don't remember at all.
It's why I wrote it down, because I also wasn't going to remember it. Do you think randomness exists or just unknown causes?
Do I think randomness exists? I don't know. I know that's disappointing, but it's a really honest answer. I don't know. I lean towards no. I lean towards the idea that it would just be unknown causes.
That's what I lean to as well.
Yeah, that was kind of where we both arrived when we got to that question. We were like, you know what? We should ask this to Thrayle.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a really good question. And I think I don't know. I think it could be useful in other contexts.
So, now that I'm up here, I want to hear more about your thoughts of, is there a belief you actually value because you doubt it? You posed a good question. Can you value a belief you don't hold? I don't know how you phrased it, but it was something like that.
Yeah, I mean, in what way would I be valuing a belief that I don't hold? Value it as an example to question, or value it as something that is less harmful than things like it. Value it as a cultural trying to think of the word.
I think value can come from a lot of places. It's the personal, it's the subjectivity that makes it valuable. Do you think like beliefs are what shapes us, or do you think we like choose beliefs that fit who we are?
That's a really good question. I don't know.
That's fine. I like those. I try to.
Count them as victories. I know they're disappointing. There's a certain level of feels like he's copping out, but
You're not. You're copping out is when you ask me questions.
well, not if they're clarifying.
Not if they're clarifying, but if they're diverting, yes. If some things just are never going to have answers, is it still valuable to question them?
How can we know that they'll never have answers? Is that copping out?
No, that's clarifying. I don't know, but I also feel like determinism. I don't want to bring it up, but that's something that we always say we'll never know. We'll never know if that's the answer.
I don't know if we'll never know. Some people say that. I don't know that we'll never know. It actually seems like something that, if true, might be, if not knowable, at least evidential. There might be some implications that it is true, if not something that we can verify.
Are you saying math can prove it?
I don't know that.
How could we work towards?
That's really going to get into a big I don't know. How do we work towards verifying?
No, questioning that.
Oh, questioning.
You should know all the questions. Come on.
Well, I don't. I don't know all the questions. They come to me. Sometimes they're prepared, but usually they come to me in the moment.
What is the answer to the ultimate question, Thrayle?
Which ultimate question?
The life, meaning everything.
I don't know about that question, but life, the universe, and everything would be
Yeah, that one.
42. But I don't know the question.
42? Must not have asked the right question.
I mean, that's the answer anyways. I don't know what the question, whose answer is 42, is. That is the ultimate question, life, the universe, and everything. But it does at least have a computed answer, according to deep thought.
So in other words, everyone, we need to find what that question is.
Can someone truly believe something if they never question it, in your opinion?
I think they can believe it. I think that's part of the problem. You can believe anything if you're convinced of it or convince yourself. Some people certainly think they are choosing to believe.
Does someone saying they're choosing to believe discredit some of their belief?
I don't know that it discredits it, but it certainly causes questions. It lends towards the idea that, well, sort of not a conclusion at all, but a thought that I have from time to time that many believers don't believe what they say they believe. They do it performatively or out of indoctrinated habit. It lends towards that. I don't know that it actually, verifies that or discredits their belief, but it certainly makes me question that.
Think you'll wake up one day and just believe in God?
I don't know. I don't expect that to happen, but I'm not closed to the possibility. I certainly would question. I think I would question it. I would like to think I would question it.
Interesting.
Hello, Medical Shark. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Doing pretty good.
First, quick question for you. When was the last time you drank?
Probably about an hour ago. When I was
Drink some
making
water,
another
then.
cup of coffee.
Also, when was the last time you changed your socks?
Right before the live.
Good. Make sure you drink plenty of water.
Don't. Do not. PTSD, absolutely not. You stop it. Stop it right now. I know what you're doing.
What? What am I doing?
Are you a doc?
No, but I run on the ambulance.
There it is.
What? I'm so
Military
confused.
trauma.
What trauma? Sorry?
Military trauma.
Oh.
Ah, yes.
I'm
Yes, the
just
veteran
making,
in its natural habitat,
I'm
always
just,
changing their socks.
I'm just making sure y'all are taking care of yourselves and aren't getting trench foot.
I hate myself sometimes.
So, actual question for you. Would you say fear is valued when it comes to religion? Or
I don't know if fear's valued.
or
It's certainly utilized.
I think I worded it wrong. Ah, I don't remember. Fuck.
If fear is useful for your goal of bringing in people, then would it not also be valued?
I mean, yeah, I guess if it's a tool that's utilized, then it would be a valued tool.
What is legally defined as a sandwich?
I don't know that there is a legal definition. I'll have to check.
There is
I
a
haven't
legal
checked.
There is a legal definition.
I've never looked up the legal definition of sandwich. Why would the legal definition carry more weight than any other?
Because it's enforceable by the laws of man.
According to Syracuse University, an Indiana judge rules that burritos are sandwiches.
Wait, say that again.
According to Syracuse University, an Indiana judge rules that burritos are sandwiches.
Do they have a definition?
Just like how hot dogs are tacos.
Honestly, this is a long story about Qdoba and another Panera Bread having a fight over what a sandwich is. One judge said it wasn't, and one judge said it was.
I'm seeing that too.
Yeah.
Seems as though they
But they use
really.
Webster's. Sure.
Seems like they're basing it on certain proprietary definitions of sandwich that I don't know. I would question the authority of those definitions, and why do we give those definitions any authority at all?
Does anyone else have an authority over what you believe?
Why would they?
You can just
I
say no.
I would like to argue that everybody has authority over what they believe.
Or what they believe in?
Else? Yeah, for what they believe. But do they have an authority over what somebody else believes?
Absolutely not. Well, the only time someone else would have authority over what you believe is with indoctrination or, well, forced belief.
If I hold the position that a belief is something that you have to be convinced by, then definitely not. You cannot convince somebody else's beliefs. You cannot convince me. And therefore, I am the only one who's in control of what I believe.
Well, comment. This is. I'm curious what y'all say this one. Comment down in the chat. What if they have been predestined to believe something?
What does that even mean?
I don't know. It just sounds interesting.
There's one way that I can think that means, what if every antecedent and causal factor led them to the belief that they currently hold? Is that a possibility?
I mean, I would say in this case, correlation would not mean causation. Just because it's coincidental doesn't mean that it was caused by some form of destiny.
Be predestined.
Right,
So,
right. Does causality require destiny?
Could it?
Why would it?
every time we do question the questioner always asks questions instead of answers.
So, sometimes questions are good answers. It depends on the
Sometimes.
question being asked.
I think that was a good question to ask. Why would it is a great question to ask. But I also wonder if it's not why would it, if it goes on in my mind, this is a process that has gone on continuously forever. Maybe. I don't know, but maybe. So then, how is it not predetermined at that point? Because going back as far as it would matter for my life and my existence, it's been, there's a cause has been a reason that something has happened. So how could it be any different?
Does its inability to be any different mean that it had to have been this way from then? And before you try to answer that, we've got a new guest. Peyton, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
22?
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Hell yeah.
Which god do you believe in?
Allah?
Have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
Huh?
Quran. The Quran.
The Quran, yeah.
In Arabic?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Who's feeding your answers to you?
What do you
A Jewish
mean?
man.
Boring.
Just hear the dude's smile in his voice.
Is that really how you plan to get banned from a live? What a childish way to do it. Why would you choose that?
Why not at least be a bit creative?
Gross.
I swear, kids of my generation have lost the creativity that we used to have when it comes to insults and things.
Yeah, I'd expect more effort.
Like
I wouldn't.
one of my favorite insults I ever cooked up is "you're built like a half-eaten dollar store chalupa."
I'm sorry, Thrayle. What is the question you asked me? Do you remember?
No, I don't.
That's good. Me neither. I think the answer was I don't know. To help. One right back at you. I don't know.
You know, if you're a skeleton, how are you moving around without a muscular system?
It's a good question. I don't know. Seems to still be working, though.
Thrayle, do you think that a belief in a higher power, God, or whatever you want to call it, oh my gosh, my question. Do you think people defend those beliefs because they are like a part of who they are?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think people attach their beliefs to their identities. Well, not everybody, but I think a lot of people do. And that makes it difficult for them to question the belief because they feel like they're betraying their identity.
What beliefs do you think shape a person the most? Like, is it the belief in a higher power that shapes them the most? Is that why you question the most about it?
I don't know if that's what shapes people the most. I think it's one of the most questionable beliefs that is commonplace is the spiritual, the religious, the divine. But it might be.
Did you ever believe in ghosts?
I don't know if I believed. I definitely have been pushed to question harder. I think I wanted to when I was in a paranormal research group that I was in. That's what they called themselves. I think I wanted evidence then. That's what I was looking for. But I don't know that I had a belief. Yeah, no, I wouldn't call it a belief.
So the evidence, did you find any evidence while you were in
Oh
this
no,
normal
not
group?
at all.
Not
evidence against.
interesting. How do you find evidence against?
Well,
What does that mean?
I found what they were considering evidence to be lacking, to be less than evidence, to be easily debunkable.
What would you think defines what someone's beliefs are? Or what is that the right thing?
I'm not quite sure what your question is there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I had it in my head, but it's not in my words.
Morning.
Good morning, crazy lady. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, kind of.
I'm glad to hear it, kind of. Even a kind is good.
Yeah, kind of good.
Just to address the comment real quick, Maximus, I know lack of evidence isn't necessarily evidence, but could it not be evidential of something? An evidence of a lack of evidence? I mean, it's at least evident that there's a lack of evidence. But you're right, it doesn't lead to a conclusion, and that's why I corrected myself. But I know you got some questions, crazy lady. I'll do my best to answer.
I have a dilemma. And my faith is really shaken over the dilemma. I'm not sure what to do.
Okay. I'm not sure that I'll be able to help, but I'll answer as best I can.
Well, it's kind of a panel-wide topic. So, multiple doctors here, my pulmonologist, an internist, and a hospitalist, and a regular doctor, have all three come to me and recommended that I do hospice in the hospital, inpatient hospice. And
I'm very sorry to hear that.
yeah, and I've talked with a hospice representative, and I've learned that what that entails would basically be a pretty quick end to my pain and suffering. It'd be over for me in a couple of weeks, and that just seems like a really quick, easy way out of my situation. And then the other option is the social workers have been working on getting me into a treatment facility that specializes in respiratory therapy and has pulmonologist that works there 24/7 and does extensive therapy and I could possibly live for another year. I just don't know what kind of quality of life I'd have. So
it's definitely not a decision that we can push you one way or another on if these are the options being presented by your physicians. I think consulting with them on it is the best option.
I'm in a lot of pain physically, and emotionally I'm all over the place, and spiritually I'm all over the place.
and I just can't get a grip on anything right now. I just feel like, God, why have you forsaken me? Kind of scenario.
My question for you is, what do you want?
I want to fight. I want to live. I just don't want to be in so much pain.
It sounds like you have your answer already.
I know, but it's hard when I'm in pain and I'm struggling to breathe, and it seems like it'd be so easy to just go on the DRUGSs and let go.
I would say there's nothing wrong with either option. One part is, it's a weird way to look at it, but pain proves that we're alive. But on
Right,
the other hand, there's nothing wrong with wanting pain to be gone. The real thing, when you have a choice in your head, when I would say follow what you want to do, not anyone else's say, but yours.
right.
So whatever your answer is, follow it. Don't worry about what anyone else says, just yours.
Excuse me. I suppose it's it's just such a hard decision to make. I just got to think on it more, I guess. And prayer seems futile most of the time. Oh, look at you guys. You don't need to do that.
Don't need to do anything. We want to.
I love them. Thank you. Thank you for the puffy heart. What would you do, Cat?
Cat, Cat's not here. I mean,
Oh, I thought that was
Morgan.
Cat. Oh, that was Morgan.
Yeah.
We sound similar sometimes.
Yeah, you do.
Do you know what you would do, Morgan? Do you want to even answer?
I'm thinking if I can answer.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah, I don't think I can. I unfortunately cannot answer this on panel. I'm sorry.
I don't know what I would do. I know you didn't ask me, but I would wonder why you would worry what others would do when it really is ultimately up to you.
Well, it's just a matter of getting a perspective on it. I can't seem to get
Mm,
my own perspective on it,
mm.
and I'm
I think
trying
you
really
shared your
hard.
perspectives pretty clear that you want to fight. I hear you say that it's painful, it's difficult, it's hard. And I'm not here to tell you what you should or shouldn't do one way or the other. But I heard you say you want to fight.
Right.
And I've heard you each time you've come up on this panel and shared your status or where you're at in your treatment. It sounds like you want to fight.
Yeah.
I don't envy you the battle, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to fight. To stay alive. To maybe improve that quality.
I'm hoping so. That's the goal.
Mm. I hope you stay strong through it, and I hope that it ends the way that you want it to. I hope it is as beneficial as your doctors hope it can be.
Thank you.
And I want you to know I'm always happy to see you come around.
Thank you.
Me too. And I appreciate you coming up and sharing with us. And I hope you come back and keep sharing with us and keep questioning. I know you don't like to come up on the other screen as much when I'm questioning you, but I appreciate your questions. I do. We've had some good conversations, I think. And I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Did you have any more questions before we bring a new guest up?
No, thank you much.
Thank you. I hope you keep asking questions for a long time. W's for Crazy Lady. I really appreciate her. I keep trying to finish proofreading this poem. There's one almost ready. And we'll probably wrap up pretty soon, but we do have Pac-Man joining us. Pac-Man, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, okay.
The ghost.
Oh, he might not have meant to join. They might not have meant to join. Maximus, we're not here to tell her what to do. We're here to. This live is not a place where we tell people what to believe or how to react or who to be.
No, he's mad because I already scolded him in the comments.
Moments like that, it is not the time nor the place to push your beliefs onto someone else.
Yeah, that's not what this live's about either.
It's definitely not our position to tell anybody how to handle that.
Also, I
And
find it funny.
the fact that I chose not to answer her question is a personal choice that I can make. Thank you.
Also, I find it hilarious how you assume everyone who doesn't agree with you is an atheist.
And honest and frankly, it's quite disgusting for you to hear somebody like that and say, hey, this is the time for me to push my God on them.
No, at this point in my life, I cannot offer her advice on a public forum. And she knows that if she needs me, she can reach out.
Actually, here's the thing. It is disgusting. Imagine this is one thing that we're taught in the ambulance all the time. If someone asks if they're going to depart, you do not give them a yes or a no. You do not give false hope, because that false hope kills.
They train you that way in the military as a first responder. Like
Oh no,
it's
I'm not in the
no.
military. I'm just
No, I'm saying they trained us that way. So like it's not like it's some magical skill that just
okay.
appears. Like it's just be fucking courteous of other people, dog.
The the best thing to do when someone with those sort of things is ask what they want, not what the big sky daddy wants, what they want.
It's fine. I just went ahead and muted him.
He can take a
Because
few minutes to think about that, yeah. That's fine. Because he wants to be the center of attention. And if he does, really, then he can honor the live for its topic. And if he can question his beliefs, he can request on up and we can question his beliefs. But we're not here to just argue with the chat about his, we'll argue with him even about his moral rulings on what other people decide to do about medical advice.
I mean, hell, I would say the best place to ask for medical advice is with humans, because you have we have some religions that say getting a blood transfusion is the work of the devil.
Well, they can just lean on God.
Yeah, if you're bleeding out, just lean on God. Don't get a blood transfusion.
Don't say that without the caveat that you're not being serious. Not on a
What?
TikTok live.
Oh, we all love the TikTok shop. You can get anything from a fuck to give to a will to live for 6 easy installments of $6.66. Now back to our regular scheduled programming.
I like that one. I like that a lot.
I know we love the devil. He's such he is a daddy as well. But remember, we have to bow on our knees for the great sky daddy. As what was her name? Was it Madonna said?
The celestial bat goddess's name?
No,
No, he was talking about a song by Madonna.
yeah, that church choirs keep singing, but it's
Yeah,
actually about being on
just
your
like a
knees.
prayer.
Yep. Oh, so it was Madonna. Okay, I was right. When you're on your knees, just like the prayer. But nobody's praying.
In the midnight hour, I can feel your power.
Why do people pray on their knees? Like, why is that a thing? Does anybody know?
Oh, I can tell you why it started with the Catholic priests.
Oh my god, stop. Oh my god.
We're about to get a what the fuck, I think. We've kind of been in what the fuck
I
for
had
a
a
while.
genuine question, and then this dolphin, whatever thing over here.
Wow.
This
How dare
dolphin
you?
thing.
Dolphin?
Thing.
Okay, here's
A
the thing.
medical shark is a dolphin thing now.
Dolphins are the epitome of evil. They are truly
That's very
disgusting,
clearly a whale
violent.
shark.
It's very
Thank
clearly a
you.
dolphin. What do you mean?
I will destroy your fucking bloodline.
I'm landlocked.
This feels like the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
It certainly does.
We're friends now. We're gonna get soft tacos later.
Okay. I was gonna say I haven't met you yet. I'm Hazel.
Hi, I'm Medshark. Wait.
I can't.
And just to prove, these are not dolphins.
That's a dolphin? Oh my god, look, a dolphin.
Put that away.
You know, I need to get a tattoo on me that just says "fuck dolphins."
Can you question the sharkiness of your sharks?
Absolutely.
Are you sure they're not dolphins?
100%. Because sharks are essentially giant puppies, where dolphins are just pure evil.
Sharks are giant puppies.
How shark is your shark drawing on your body? Is that really a shark or is it a drawing of a shark? How much is art?
It would be more of a caricature of a shark.
Could this shark identify as a dolphin? Like
No.
say dolphin shark in Shark Tales?
No. How dare you? Shame on you, shame on your family, shame on your cow.
How have we not gotten what the fuck yet?
I don't know.
I was busy proofreading the poem, but you did earn it.
A shark.
I want it to be known that this is the first time we've been what the fuck, and it wasn't my fault.
Oh,
That's not true. That's not even remotely true.
That is true. I
There
didn't
were-
cause this.
There were what the fucks earlier, but there weren't the what the fuck are you talking about. There were different what the fucks, but this is the first, like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it is. Flying pigs does make Hammy defensive.
Hammy, right behind the back goddess.
Those are my relatives that Thrayle has put wings on and caused them to fly.
No, they don't.
Flying pigs over a frozen hellscape where demons play polo on unicorns. That's what this is.
They tell me they'll let me do it when pigs fly, so I just grabbed a catapult. Those pigs be flying now.
We are really running the audience off. What the fuck is wrong with you? Well, me. What the fuck is wrong with me? Letting us get this far down the rabbit trail of what the rabbit trail. I'm gonna question rabbit trolls.
Why do they call it?
Probably both.
Why do they call it hamburger when it's made from beef?
Because it's a sandwich.
The AI summary says, debating the differences between dolphins and sharks. Join the conversation. That's not the conversation. Well, it was your conversation, but what we're doing here is seeing if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief. Because if you are, then one of those boxes is for you. And we're not here to debate or argue, not here to tear you down or make you look like a fool. Although you may do that on your own. We're just here to see if you can question that belief.
Just remember, those that are saying dolphins are just that sharks are just dolphins are Delulu. Okay. Here's the thing. Little bit of history mixed with biology. There is 0 recorded cases of a whale shark ever hurting a human. And on top of that, their throat is the size of an orange.
Okay, medical shark, is sharks your god? Is that why you like them so much?
No, I'm autistic and I'm obsessed with sharks.
Okay. Do you believe in a god?
In most, if not all, deities.
Why?
Because I do.
Is it related to a feeling? Of
I would say I believe them more for. I doubt that there's really anything that's not out there, because I heavily believe in the spiritual, physical shit. And even if they did not exist on their own, I think that the power of human thought has created them, given them form.
have you ever been able to create something physically through thought?
Not anything that has a physical body that can be seen in visually.
Even if you saw something visually, would you be convinced that it was real and not a hallucination?
I would say if I saw it, I would believe it. As there's no better proof than visually seeing something.
When if you saw something, that would be definitive proof that it exists.
I would say seeing is definitive proof. Unless you're schizophrenic, of course.
How would you know the difference?
Someone who is schizophrenic would not know the difference.
How would you know the difference?
Someone who is schizophrenic would not know the difference.
God, would you believe in a God? And that only that God?
I would believe that he exists, but I would not only believe in him. Belief does, and this is the point where I stand firm on, just because you believe something does not mean that you worship it.
Is your belief that multiple gods of all types exist contradictory at all? Because some say that other gods don't exist. So how do you like
I would say
address that?
to others, I've been told many times that by other people that let's see, what's the wording? Other people said, oh, that's contradictory, and of course, but I would say not full. I wouldn't say it's contradictory. more for the aspect of just because a deity exists does not mean that they created. I don't believe in any creation story.
What do you mean when you say you believe they exist?
When I say I believe they exist, I would say I believe that they are real, that they are individuals themselves.
Individual what? Like beings? Or
Yes, individual beings. I would say what a difference between a god and a human would be uh, mostly their power and age, but that doesn't make them too much different.
are you saying that humans could progress to being some sort of god being?
I don't know. I mean, logically, if someone were to be able to gain enough power and time, it theoretically would be possible, but I don't know.
Fibonacci asked a really good question. Do you believe they existed before people believed in them?
Well, I would say some yes, but others no.
Why is there a difference?
Because, in my opinion, I believe that the Abrahamic God would be a thought being, one that's created by worship, one created by people's beliefs. But where others, they seem more like they were born.
How do you prove that? Why do you think that? Why are they born?
Um, Honestly, it comes just from a gut feeling. I wouldn't say that. I would say a bit of Delulu is involved there, where I haven't really been able to fully pin down my true beliefs.
Are the gods that were born in your belief more valued than the Abrahamic God who is?
There's none that I would say there's none that inherently have more value over another, because at the same time they would be their own individuals. That being said, their own personal actions, is what defines their not value, but what's the words? I don't think I can find the specific words. I do apologize.
If it's not more valuable innately, is it more valuable to you personally?
I would say that there are some deities that I personally value over others, but the reasoning being because they have not gone out of their way to harm humans.
What gods have gone out of their way to harm humans? And how do
I
you
mean,
know that?
according to their stories.
So,
One of them is the Abrahamic God. He went out of his way to curse a people, their families, their ancestors, their children, their animals, their land, just because they decided to worship another deity.
Along with the belief that the gods exist, the stories are also true?
That's where I don't know. I wouldn't say that every story is inherently true, but I would say some stories are, well, the stories is mostly there to teach people about something. I don't know if these deities or gods are real people or if they're just stories made up to teach lessons. I think they're real, but I always could be wrong.
I also have no idea.
That's one of the things with when it comes to questioning your beliefs and everything. You stop questioning, you stop learning. I bet that if questioning more into it, there's going to be things about my beliefs that change even after this conversation. Do I know what? No, I don't, but
What do you think your belief in all gods existing does for you? Why is it beneficial?
I would say when it comes to some that it would aid in my work that I do, where others it's I would say there's only one god that is, well, goddess out there that has anything to do with my life, and I wouldn't give a shit about any of the others.
So, Sharp, can I ask you a question regarding specifically what it means to believe in a deity? So, when you're describing something, let's narrow it down. Say we're talking about just the Abrahamic God, to make it simple. If I believe in the Abrahamic God, and so do you, let's pretend that we both do. I don't know that you do, but let's just treat this like a little experiment.
Absolutely.
What if I think different aspects apply to this God? Are we believing in the same God?
I would say if it's the same texts that you're referencing, then it would most likely be the same God, but you have different people who have different interpretations of the same deity.
Right, but earlier, if maybe correct me if I'm thinking along the wrong lines for you. Let's say I believed in a God that doesn't sound like the Abrahamic God from the Bible, but I still think it's that God. Does that mean that that's true? Does it mean that we believe in the same God?
Ooh. I hate to sound like a cop-out, but I don't know.
No, we love I don't know.
I would say that the person that they should, well, as question if that is the God that they say they is.
So then, if it's possible that you don't believe in the same God, is it possible that you are ascribing beliefs to an entity that you don't understand at all, and that you're simply giving this entity, whether it's real or not, qualities that you like and decide that you would consider godly?
Absolutely.
This also sort of branches into another question. So it's very possible that what we're reading, and maybe you'll disagree with this, regarding deities is just, historical fan fiction. We're writing about things that we don't understand, and therefore we assign the name God to it, possibly. Now, if that's the case, can I use the Great Green Arkle Seizure as my God?
I would actually have to agree there.
What's the difference between me using the great green arkle seizure and fearing the coming of the great white handkerchief versus believing in Adonai, for example, the Lord?
Honestly, I don't think that there is much of a difference. The only difference would be literature-wise. One's been in text longer than another, and one's right here and now. The only difference would be the age.
So if I were to look at, for example, the Enuma Elish, which is even older than the Bible, does that make that God more valid?
I wouldn't say that time makes it valid. I would say that just belief makes it valid.
Okay, so do these entities lose power when people stop believing in them? Is this like if we clap, if we believe in fairies? What is this?
I wouldn't. I guess it might sound contradictory, but I don't think they would lose power just because you don't believe in them anymore. Once a belief is created, it's always there.
Where does belief exist?
I would say belief exists in the brain.
So if the belief in the celestial skeletal bat goddess is created, people could believe in her. Now that the belief exists, if no one's believing in her anymore, if we all just stop tomorrow and forget about her, does she stop existing?
That's where I was leading, thank you.
I would say that would be a sad fate for them.
So it sounds like you do accept that then, that if nobody believes in them or knows what it is anymore, then they're no longer a being with power, or they may even cease to exist. Is that correct?
The question in that case, would all written text disappear? Or is it we're just forgetting them?
Let's say that the access to the texts that described them are no longer available or are no longer decipherable, and that no living entity has access to their lore or any experiences with them. What would that look like?
But those writings still exist, or sorry.
So, yeah, okay, I'll rephrase my question here. Say I find a tablet here with literature written on it, but it's in a language that's it's dead. Nobody has the ability to translate it. Nobody knows what it translates into. The information that was written on it technically is still written down, but there's no mind living that is capable of translating it. Is that still information?
That would still be information.
Are you sure that's not an artifact?
No, information can be artifacts.
Sure, but if you can't interpret it, does that make it information, or does it just make it a sort of contextual artifact? Because without the ability to translate it, isn't information lost?
Ooh. I would say in that case, then it would be the artifact. But that being said, people are always still going to attempt to decipher it.
Sure, fine, but if you literally have no access to a sort of codex to understand that language,
then who knows if you have it right or not?
Or even if that you have any of it right, it might be that you're completely misinterpreting it.
Absolutely. I would say in cases such as that, I wouldn't say they'd lose their power, it'd just be a sad, lonely existence. The same idea that comes with the curse of immortality, if that makes sense.
I think I understand. Maybe I'll change my angle a little bit here. Do you believe that memories exist outside of bodies?
Ooh. I don't know. I would say that there is a possibility, since it is that since it's stored in the, well, with the brain, it requires the electrical transmission. So, and electricity is a form of energy. It would be associated with the energy of your body, but I don't know.
Right. So biochemical energy, you're acknowledging probably that the information that we currently have access to is stored in this lovely fleshy lump in a bone cage. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's in the jellyfish that's piloting a mech suit encased in muscle armor.
I like it. Okay. So then what evidence do we have that's replicable, for example, that a mind exists anywhere but within a living system or requires a living system in order to interpret it in any meaningful way?
I could be wrong because I haven't researched into it, but I don't think there is. But,
so then why would you believe that a god could know or believe or think anything?
well, the thing is, when it comes to if there is no evidence, it does not completely disprove, and it does not prove.
Is it useful for an individual to make a statement that's completely non-falsifiable? For example, perhaps I were to make a suggestion that there exists a 3-tiered chocolate cake in the middle of our solar system somewhere amongst the asteroid belt, for example. And I tell you that exists. You would have to be able to disprove that by actually looking at it. What would that look like for you?
Well, I would say that's where it comes down to belief. There is no evidence for, but I don't think there would be.
So that's the sort of pivot that I'm trying to face you in a certain direction here, where you look at it a little different, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If I make a statement like that and all you can say is, well, you can't prove it doesn't exist, how useful is that really?
It isn't really, but I get there's no but there. It wouldn't really be useful. The only things I'd say there is just because you can't prove it does exist doesn't mean you can prove. I mean, if you can't prove it exists, that also doesn't prove that you can prove that it doesn't exist. Fuck, I don't know if my words are right.
No, I think I'm following what you mean. Do you see why that doesn't feel to some people like a very good criteria for measuring truth value?
Absolutely. I would say that truth is subjective.
It's the same reason that I don't ascribe any greater credulity to somebody's claim about the Loch Ness Monster or to Bigfoot, for example. Just because we can't say that it definitely doesn't exist by simultaneously going through and looking at all of Loch Ness at the same time and saying, oh, there's definitely no monster there, it doesn't mean that there's a Loch Ness Monster.
And if the same thing goes the other way around, I'm not saying that it's to proof that, oh, I'm not trying to argue it does or doesn't exist.
Right.
I'm not saying that it is credible or anything of that sort.
Then would it maybe be more useful to try swapping to a system that has some sort of criteria for discrediting things that you shouldn't believe?
Well, that comes down to there's no way to prove. All belief systems come down to the aspect of essentially trust me, bro.
They can, but there's a difference between trust me, bro, you can do this experiment yourself and get the same result, and trust me, bro, I feel it in my globals. You know, it's a little different.
I would say that well, in cases like that just the experiment that sounds more like science, which science isn't a belief, at least to my knowledge.
No, I would agree. It's more like a system. But even then, let's say that I don't treat it like science. Let's say that I believe that my spouse will arrive home from work at X time, and I base that based off of past experience. I've seen that she comes home at this time normally based on her normal working schedule. I can test that theory by waiting until that time, and if she arrives, well, look at that. I have evidence to support my theory.
Yes, but will it be the exact time? Will it be some minutes before, minutes ahead?
Does it have to be exact?
Well, if you say they're going to be there at this time, then I would say they're going to be there at exactly that time.
Yeah. Can you use a range? I mean, I would say that even in things like science, we have a quote unquote range of expectation, a certain amount of decimal places that we measure, for example.
True. I'd say
there's a range of error, if you would, and that's fine. It doesn't have to be exact. It's nice if it is, but it's rarely going to be perfect.
I would say 5. Usually, with at least how I arrive to things, I'd say give it a 5-minute error.
So I guess I'll swing back to the point that I was making before. If I believe in a different representation of this Abrahamic God, for example, and you believe in yours, and mine is based on the Old Testament, and yours is based on the New Testament, do we believe in the same Abrahamic God if I only embrace the aspects from the Testament that I follow and you only embrace the aspects from the Testament that you follow? Especially considering, I would argue that those are two completely different aspects.
That those would be two completely different gods.
So to be clear, do you believe that the Old Testament God and the New Testament God are not the same entity?
I would say 100. In my belief, definitely, because one is a deity that's always there in person, a angry, warring god, and the other is essentially the universe.
Interesting. Does anybody else have any questions for him at the moment?
I do not, and our end is nigh. So if anybody does have any questions, now is your chance.
No, but thank you for answering my questions before.
I have a final question for you.
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Go for it.
Is it a sandwich or is it a taco? Hot dogs.
Tacos are sandwiches, and since a hot dog is a kind of taco, then it's a sandwich too.
How is this taco a sandwich? Isn't a sandwich bread on two sides?
Why did you decide that?
I believe that comes down to the legal definition.
Why would you defer to a legal definition of a food item?
Because it's technically correct, the best kind of correct.
Is
So
a hoagie not a sandwich?
What's technically correct would be that a sandwich is anything layered or that can be described as layered. Like a knuckle sandwich would be layered, right? If two cars smash together and something's in between them, that becomes sandwich. It doesn't have to be bread, does it? So then if anything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich, and everything in the universe, from the smallest gluon to the universe itself and any potential meta multiverse, anything could be described as layered, then, well, I mean, everything is a sandwich.
Does the sandwich have to be edible?
Why would it have to be edible?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to try to eat enriched uranium.
If I have two bookends and I put books in between them, it's sandwiched in there. Is that sandwich edible?
I mean, If you try hard enough.
Well, I mean, if you try hard enough, anything can be edible. You just are going to need to go to the hospital quickly.
Right. So, on that note, though, since everything is sandwiched and this live is about to be layered in a final way, I'm going to go ahead and drop you guys down. But I appreciate all the questions. Everybody did wonderfully, and I appreciate all of you for being here.
Happy to be here. Thank you. I apologize if I hijacked the conversation at the end there.
No, you did all right. You did great. Appreciate your questions, Fibonacci. I really do. Yes. I paused while dropping. What did you say?
I said thanks.
Oh, I thought you said, hey, Thrayle. I thought you were about to ask me something. Appreciate you, Hazelnut. Like, I'll stop. But it is that time. As the rain is moving in, hopefully you guys can still hear me. Thank you all for all the tapping, all the sharing, and all of the questions that you guys bring. Thank you for engaging each other. Thank you respectfully in the comments and on the panel. Thank you so much. Really, whether you were heavily engaging or you just came in to fall asleep, I really appreciate everybody for being here. That really is. Oh, it means a lot. Uh-oh. The power is flickering. Oh, let's hope we can get through the poem before we lose the power completely. But thank you all. Thank you, especially to the mods, though. You guys really are amazing. Thank you for making this a comfortable place for the best audience on TikTok. I really appreciate you, and I couldn't do it without you, so thank you so much. And if you want to join this community, see what we get up to between the lives and behind the scenes, of course, you can always join the Discord. There's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. Just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is Venmoed. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference. Thank you guys so much. And well, I really think there's only one thing. Well, I really think there's only one thing left. Here, no altar stands exempt, no shrine escapes attempt. If gods exist, they need no shield from questions honestly revealed. So bring them forth, the crowned, the veiled, the whispered names that never failed to claim the dark when answers slept, or promise meaning safely kept. Bring heaven's king with watchful eyes, the judge enthroned above the skies. Bring prophets wrapped in desert dust, who swore their voice was one to trust. Bring forest spirits, horn and flame, old river gods without a name. Bring runes that hum in northern night, and sages claiming inward sight. Bring chakras turning in the spine, a cosmic pulse with grand design. Bring crystals tuned to hidden streams, and whispered laws that bend through dreams. Bring karma scales and astral planes, past lives remembered and softens, past lives remembered that minds have trod while searching for a hidden God. Lay them together, let them rest, not crowned as truth, not mocked in jest. Just claims that humans came to keep when staring at the endless deep. Ask each the same unflinching thing. What makes you more than comforting? What marks you real beyond the need for order or hope or for creed? What reasons lift you from the crowd of stories spoken long and loud? What test have you endured and won when doubt was sharp and mercy none? For minds like ours were built to ask, to hold each answer to the task, not kneel where mystery is dressed in robes that say do not request. And if some truth is waiting still beyond the reach of human will, it will not shatter, fade, or dull when questioned by this simple skull. So let the heavens hear it plain. No throne is sacred from the brain. If something holy wishes a place, let it survive the human case. Until that day, we walk unsure, yet oddly freer and strangely pure, not faithless, lost, or stripped apart, just minds with open eyes and questions. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.